10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, this is Larry Steiners, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just in time for Mother's Day, take 25% off all outdoor and patio furniture. That's 25% off stylish patio sets, comfy outdoor seating, and everything you need to enjoy the season. Create the perfect backyard oasis with their beautiful, high-quality selection. And here's a bonus for mom. Get a free moving blanket with any self-pickup order. Don't miss these special Mother's Day savings. Use code Mother's Day 25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, Monday morning, May the 5th, Cinco de Mayo, which is not Independence Day. It's actually from the Mexican Army's victory over the French at the Battle of Puebla, May 5th, 1862. Cinco de Mayo. It's not, their Independence Day, by the way, is in September, but in our family, Cinco de Mayo is something very different. Happy birthday to our Lily, who turns 9 years old. We love you, Lily.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. By the way, before I forget, speaking of dates, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly in the House, today's the deadline to register to vote in Pennsylvania's primary. So make sure that you are all registered because the primary election upcoming in Pennsylvania, May 20th, an important date. This is Sweet 16 for President Donald J. Trump. He's beginning his 16th week in his new administration. And so he chose Philadelphia native, Philadelphia's own, if you will, Kristen Welker. Went to school here, went to college here. We know her from working at NBC 10. I think he likes her more than, out of the press pool, if you will, of the so-called mainstream media members, and gave her this was an exclusive interview on Meet the Press. But not only did they have the sit-down interview, they also were touring Mar-a-Lago. This was extensive. I really enjoyed it. So if you didn't get to see all of it, don't worry. No worries. Dan Borowski has it all broken down for you. But really taking a victory lap. And the White House released a press release on it, talking about prices down, securing the border, protecting Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. We're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting Medicare. We're not cutting Social Security. These are some of the top talking points on deporting violent, criminal, illegal immigrants, for example. He says they're dangerous. They want them out of here. He talked about tariffs, and he said, remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very easy. It's very simple. Talked about the auto industry, went on, and we can do those headlines. Talked about Doge, saying they found $160 billion with a B worth of fraud, waste, and abuse of your tax dollars. So praising Doge, among other things. Dan Borowski, it's your cut sheet today. These are cuts that we did not get to earlier in the morning, and some of the things that I think you'd like to hear from, with Trump revealing what he views as a success. Remember, only 100 days into the job, 15 weeks. Now, I don't know about you, if you've ever gotten a new job. Did you get a job review after 15 weeks? I don't know if you did or not, but this is his job review of himself, and also talking about what he hopes to do. Some of these are fun. Some of these, I love the ballroom comment. Where do you want to begin, Dan Borowski?
Yeah, let's start. You said it's kind of a report card of his first 100 days, right? And he gave one of Elon. And you said Doge, and he talks about Doge a little bit. So why don't we start right there? You teased it. And here's Trump. Take a listen. And it's not working. Why is it not working?
It's not.
Which has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans.
Well, they found $160 billion worth of fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, I think he's done an amazing job. I think his people have done an incredible job. They're brilliant people. They know the computer. I actually asked him, what's their big trait? He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people were, in many cases, crooks. But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found, your question should be asked a different way. Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion. Think of what $160 billion is. He found $160.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
Well, we're not finished yet.
Come on,
really? We're not finished
Do you
yet.
think the work continues even though he's leaving?
He said he's leaving behind some very brilliant people. They were on television last night. They're super high IQ people. I like high IQ people.
And we played those for you last week. Some of the Doge team who's been ripped, they've been ripped by the media. He's praising them in here. And so he talked about China tariffs, says at some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them. I will point out to you that we have all of these so-called business leaders, so-called experts, and one quote was, well, you know, Trump should never do these tariffs because it's basically declaring war on your allies. Well, wait a minute. Think about that. Break that down. Because what they're saying here is that if our allies have the higher tariffs on us, that's what's going on, right? Trump is calling them on it. So they all have tariffs on us, which are disproportionate, and we basically don't have much, if anything, or we didn't pre-Trump. And so Trump's trying to say, we want a better deal to our allies. I think we all get that. Okay. And so I think already the news this morning I saw is that China, their factories are slowing down. I know I confess, I have shopped on Temu before. My husband's like, what are we getting from Temu?
Oh, no, Dawn.
I have shopped on Temu. I stopped because I was so critical. By the way, it's Menti morning, so Larry Menti, my hubby, will join us.
Hey.
But Temu is like I'm getting all these constant messages from them. Supposedly they have factory slowdowns, all of that already. So as I've said, we're the gluttons of the world. I believe that they will negotiate, and I think that we'll be fine. I have faith in that.
Does Dawn Stensler have time to watch commercials? Like TV during the weekend and see commercials?
No.
Oh, because there's been a huge influx, I don't know if you've noticed, of now commercials saying pre-tariff pricing and using that as almost sales tactics. There's a local furniture company that was strongly advertising it during our marathon of Real Housewives on Sunday, Dawn. Yeah, it was not a fun time. But yeah, pre-tariff pricing all over the place. Here's Donald talking about China and the tariffs. Take a listen.
I mean, the fake news was giving me such press on the tariffs. The tariffs are going to make us rich. We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply shortages because of the tariffs.
We don't have to waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
And he's not wrong. I just wonder what you think about that. 855-839-1210. Should the president be... I think, look, he's being Trump. He's being real. And he sounds like a lot of us. Why do we need all this junk all over the house? And have you ever noticed how everything's disposable? So if you bought it at the dollar store, and now the dollar store is no longer $1. It's, $1.25. We kind of joked about that during the Biden administration with inflation. But I will say to you, a lot of people... They'll have something. It'll be the Easter, right? It's the Easter, whatever, oven mitts or whatever's matching for the holiday. Pick your religious holiday, let's just say. After it's over, you chuck it. How about those gift bags? The gift bags that at Hallmark, the ones that are made in America that are the nicest quality.
There's so many of them.
The gift bags, a lot of people just chuck them, throw them away.
Yeah. So I'm curious. I don't know this because I look over in England and the UK and I see that they have a lot of, smaller houses, a lot of row home type houses. Are Americans unique in the way that we essentially hoard? Like I heard you on the way, you have a 3-car garage and it's full with stuff. I have a basement room that's completely full to the brim with junk that we haven't used for years. Is that unique to America?
I think it is. I think we have all this junk that we don't need. We're the gluttons of the world. And we buy all this cheap junk and isn't it, in a way, isn't Trump sort of eco-friendly to say recycle, buy things that are higher quality that you keep or recycle as opposed to buying a lot of plastic junk, which ends up in our landfills? Isn't that eco-friendly? Isn't that environmentally friendly? I'm just, I'm asking for a friend.
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen appeared on Fox News and had some great commentary about this topic. Take a listen.
What the president is trying to say is we got to put the American worker back. We're not making things here, and we have lost thousands of jobs because of our unfair trade deals we've had with countries since World War II. Listen, Nixon talked about this. Ford talked about this. Jimmy Carter talked about this. Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama. The only president that hasn't talked about this is Biden. How we have been getting ripped off in this country, and we're no longer making products. And it's a serious issue. President Trump is the first one first president we've had that actually has a backbone strong enough to stand up and say, we've got to right this wrong, start manufacturing goods here. China has got rich off of our country. We have spent trillions of dollars building China's economy. 40% of all their goods they manufacture are sold back here in the United States, and they rip us off all the time. They rip off our technology. They rip off our companies that do business there. They have unfair business deals, and then they also take advantage of our farmers that ship goods over there by canceling products all the time.
So what about that? They're ripping us off. Art of the deal. Don't we want a better deal? And remember that any products made in the USA don't have these tariffs at all. So for a furniture company running an ad, well, where's the furniture made? If it's made in the USA, no problem, no tariffs. That's the talking point here. Do you think that's a good negotiating point to get everybody to have an even playing field, if you will, as far as the tariffs? 855-839-1210.
And isn't that advertising to your customers that all your products were made in China?
Basically, it's not made in the USA. Let's get to, he is asked, because I know we have a guest coming up around the corner, but I do want to hear from Christian Welker. Christian Welker asks him about Barron Trump. That's their baby, Melania's baby, Trump's baby, who has been, going to college, obviously, away to college, lived in the White House the first time around. So I love this question.
He's in college now.
Right.
How is he liking college? How's he doing?
He's a great student. He's doing very well. Goes to a great school, but he's doing really well.
And is there any challenge being in college, having your dad as president of the
Well,
United States?
you'll have to ask him someday that, but we try and make it as normal as possible. There's nothing normal about it, but he's a very great guy and wonderful kid.
Yeah, it's funny. You see him more in the headlines now that he's 19, 6'7", but still Melania's baby. But Barron Trump's, you see the headlines, his dating life, his best friend has a huge crush on Caroline Leavitt. So you're starting to see a side of Barron Trump that we he was protected by his parents before. So I imagine that during this administration, we'll learn more about the youngest Trump child. I know that we have to break because we have a guest coming up. So we'll talk about local schools. We'll pivot a little bit, and then we'll get back to Trump. We have some local trials as well as national news with trials going on. We'll get to all the court news, everything. Stay right there.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about this offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Connecticut water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Connecticut system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tomorrow at 1210 WPHT.
Just updating you, we've talked a lot, obviously, about Trump. There was the question that I asked to him when he was running. And I asked him, Mr. President, what about all these school districts that allow biological males to run against, to compete in sports against females, go in the bathroom, go in the locker room? He said, day one, that'll be over. I'll sign the executive order. The Department of Education, within the last week, giving locally University of Pennsylvania 10 days. TikTok, this was 6 days ago. So this week they're supposed to wipe out the records of an athlete such as Leah Thomas, who is a biological male and had in fact competed on the men's team at UPenn. So the school was also ordered to ban, and this is the way it's worded, ban transgender athletes from women's teams. Obviously, I would word that differently and say protect women athletes and protect them both in the locker room and out on the field, whatever sport that is. But the school also ordered to issue apology letters to those female athletes whose educational experience in athletics was marred by sex discrimination. So this week, watching that deadline very carefully, here we are on May the 5th. We'll watch this one, what happens. But this is the Trump administration giving Penn a date and saying, the Department of Ed saying you have 10 days to wipe out those records. In other words, restore the records of the females who won in their sport. So we're talking about those teammates of, for example, Paula Scanlon, who, as you well know, I introduced her to you a long time ago at local events and as well on a national scale, Riley Gaines. So somebody who years ago had talked about ensuring fairness in school sports, had sued Pennsylvania. Jason Saylor, who is on the Perkiomen School Board, somebody who was the lead guy there. Want to bring Jason in. Welcome in, Jason Saylor. First of all, your reaction to this current administration giving a deadline to schools like UPenn. Hey, you have 10 days to issue the apology to those female athletes, number one. And number two, to make sure that you set the record straight as far as which female athlete in a female sport won.
Thanks for having me on. I think that's really important. I've talked about this recently in a Broad and Liberty article with what's happening with the Pennsylvania Human Rights Commission. It's my firm belief, and when I was board president of Perkiomen Valley School District, we were working towards that process. It's my firm belief that we should not be teaching that we have more than two genders in the school, and that we saw this at the Penn Relays, and we see this in local track and field opportunities, that biological boys and biological girls should be separate. They should not be together, because what you're seeing is when a biological boy runs as a female, they are breaking all types of records and really taking scholarship opportunities away from high school students.
And so with this, you've pushed back against it, and you've been embroiled in these. I know we'll talk about something else going on as we lead into primary season. But for you, you're also a father in the school district as well, father and husband. And so what has been the pushback against you or the support for you? What have you found in your particular district there in Montgomery County?
I think Montgomery County is a hotbed for dirty Democratic politics. So you're seeing that with fake bomb threats that get called in to school districts to try to upheaval elections. This happened 2 years ago where there was a bomb threat called in claiming that the Republican candidates were causing havoc in our school district. And you see this happening not just in Perkiomen Valley, but you see this happening in other school districts in Montgomery County. It's one thing to be inclusive. It's another thing to upend, Western civilization society's norms.
Yeah, I hear you. And also, there's an issue that you have that you wanted to give people a heads up about the ballots. And maybe...
Yeah, there's an issue going on in Perkiomen Valley and in other school districts in Montgomery County, but I'm just here to talk specifically about PV. That's where I am. I'm on my fourth year as a school director at Perkiomen Valley. There's a primary coming up on May 20th. And, in Montgomery County, historically, the green ballots are the sample ballots that are put out by the Montgomery County Republican Committee. Those are the endorsed candidates. And what we're seeing at PV is that there's an organization sending out fake sample green ballots to registered Republicans, specifically mail-in ballot Republicans, to really disenfranchise the four individuals who are the endorsed candidates for the Republican Party. And from what I understand from over the weekend, this is not just happening in PV, it's also happening in Boyertown, Souderton, and Plymouth Whitemarsh.
And so, do you know?
And it's a shame because, in Pennsylvania, you're allowed to cross-file because school district, when you're running as a school director, it's really an apolitical position. But what we've seen over the past few election cycles is, if you're a Republican candidate, you are pushed as a bad individual by the local Democratic Party, and they're going to rip down your signs, they're going to call your place of business, and now they're going to send out fake mail-in ballots to try to, unfortunately, disenfranchise and confuse individuals who are trying to apply by mail-in ballot votes.
Now, anybody who sends out any kinds of campaign materials, there are laws that say if you're sending something out, for example, that you have to include on there who's putting that out and who's paying for it. So is that something that they're acknowledging, who's paying for it, who's putting that forth and mailing these out?
Yeah, it's on there. It says on there who paid for it. It's they sent out a green ballot with wrong individuals on there, trying to confuse people that those were the endorsed Republican candidates. It's a shame because, like, when we send out our text messages, we'll say, hey, we're not the endorsed Democratic candidates, but, we have options because in Pennsylvania you're able to cross-file.
Right.
There's a big difference in that, and then sending out, that green color that's what Republicans know that they get from Montgomery County is that green ballot. Mm-hmm. And so when you're sending out that fake green ballot, specifically, you're just sending out to people who are requesting a mail-in ballot with the wrong people on there. You're trying to disenfranchise the four people who are endorsed and you're trying to sow confusion. And that's not what school directors should be about. That's not what our issues should be about. It should remain apolitical, but it gets worse and worse and worse each election cycle.
Well, Jason Saylor, thank you for giving us the heads up on it. I hate to see that. You know, I would think, Jason, that all of us could probably agree on the fact that we don't want to ever confuse voters on purpose.
No, we would never want to confuse voters. We want people to go out and vote. We'd love to see 100% of people go out and vote. We know that doesn't happen, but we want people to vote on the merits of the candidate. And as a school director, not necessarily your party, but what are you bringing to the table? What of having a rigorous education platform in the school district? What are you talking about holding administrative employees accountable for the educational value that's happening within our school buildings? How are you working with state and local officials to push public education to make it better? And that's a really big thing. It's never the best. It always has to be better. And anytime as it currently is, well, that person should be voted out, because we should for our students. Never be happy with what we have. Always push to get a more rigorous education.
Jason Saylor with the Perkiomen Valley School Board, thank you so much. Thanks for joining me this morning. Appreciate you.
Take care.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
You take care too, Jason. So, he says, hey, let's ensure the fairness in school sports. I'm sorry to hear about that ballot, but now you know. So spread the word. I never want to see that. Whether it's, no matter which party it is, I just wish we didn't have that kind of shenanigans going on. It's just a bad look for all of us. 855-839-1210. All right, we have to take a quick break to stay on time. I apologize I'm suddenly so congested. I swear it's like the
what is the deal,
intake of the construction vehicles or something near the building. I was perfectly fine when I came in this morning. It's like an allergic. It's weird.
Asbestos.
I don't know. No. It's so strange that as the morning progressed, I was like, why am I getting so stuffed up? So I sound like a little stuffy person. But we'll take a quick break and get your thoughts on the other side.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Trust & Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust & Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust & Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust & Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border...
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's absolutely
Isn't that good?
secure.
When you say that, doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't that a nice statement?
Yes, Mr. President, yes. A secure border, a secure America, yes, I would say absolutely. She didn't say that. I'll say it for her, though. And this is why it's such a winning issue, truly. Let's move on, though. I want to get to let's get to, of course, Melania, our beautiful First Lady. So we'll talk about unity. How about that? He wants to be the unity president. Then we'll get to Melania, then the ballroom, which I'm very excited about.
I want to treat people fairly, whether they voted for me or not. I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake, including, like even the way you ask questions. Every question is asked in a negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, whatever. But you don't talk about the fact that gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible. You know why they're down, by the way? Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now.
We try to make sure every question is fair, Mr. President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
I'm fine for responding to you. I don't think you're very difficult at all to respond to be honest with you. But you know what? You should ask some positive things.
I agree with it, but I imagine, having known her here when she was here in Philadelphia, the team of producers are all over her. Like, you have to ask this, you have to ask that. I would say that her general demeanor is respectful. And when you look at her energy and her demeanor, I think that Kristen Welker is somebody who Trump feels like she's a fair-minded person. She's spending a lot of her time. She listens. She does not interrupt him. I mean, let's be honest. Hannity interrupts with his own personal stories more than Welker. Am I right?
He does.
So she lets him finish the sentence. She's extremely respectful. So I think that's a piece of it. Let's get on to Melania.
One of the big features of your first administration was the First Lady.
Right.
She had her Be Best campaign.
Right.
Will people start to see more of her? Will she come back with her Be Best campaign, for example? Can you give us a little bit of a preview of what we can see?
Well, as an example, she did a book, and she was #1 bestseller for a long time, for many, many weeks. The people love her. She's a very private person, which I respect a lot. She doesn't have to be out. I know people where they have wives in politics, and the wife wants to be in front of the husband all day long waving to everybody. She's got great confidence in herself, and she doesn't need that. But when she goes out, we were out, as you know, last weekend. It was an amazing day. The people love her. They really respect her, and they love her. Yeah, she'll be very much involved.
And that's part of why I'm asking you. I mean, can people expect to see her revive her Be Best campaign? Can you give us a little preview?
It's still a campaign that's very important to her. And it's sort of a cute name, Be Best. I said, that's a strange name, but it's really beautiful. And it sort of, means something now that I didn't understand. A lot of people didn't understand. And she's done a great job. She's raised a lot of money. She cares a lot about people, really cares a lot about people.
And so we'll be hearing more from Melania. I love that. I do. Thank you to my friend Sarah, who bought me the book on our Italy trip and gave it to me. Love it. But yes, I think that this whole premise that he paid the First Lady to be, it's ridiculous. I think they're adorable together.
You don't think they're on the outs? That's what's coming out on the internet.
Oh, geez.
That's what they're saying between the lines. Kristen Welker asking about this is she's not by his side as often anymore. Does that mean Melania, Trump, there's some friction there between the two?
No, I don't think there is.
Well,
I think she's my take on her because I think, number one, I think that she is gearing up for her platform and what she's going to do. But I also will say that she's probably sneaking anytime she can with her son, because it is a weird transition. I can say this when you're a baby is, because I'm about to be going through this next year. But, Barron Trump was her life. He was the center of her life, the apple of her eye. And now he's off on his own. And so you'll notice she goes to New York as much as possible.
Oh, that's a great because Barron being right by there.
Yep.
And to your point, I say that tongue-in-cheek because there was this video, Trump arriving home today, coming to the White House, and if you're on the outs with your wife, I don't think you're going to be walking alongside your father-in-law, Victor Nobbs, who lost his wife last year, and this is going viral now because this is one of many examples of Trump walking with, his father-in-law and a guy who's been by his side since his wife, passed away, which is very nice to see. Another example of the family that you see there with Trump.
Yeah, and supposedly they all were drawn closer by that. But that's another piece of it. Melania Trump, it's upcoming on Mother's Day. And this is a tough time. I can tell you that, having lost my mom. I mean, so here she is, her baby now off to college. She lost her mom, her closest confidant. But it is wonderful that the whole family, and especially President Trump, you can see that he's close with his father-in-law and knows how good that is, not just for his wife, but his son.
For our viewing audience over on youtube.com/@1210WPHT, as he's walking from the helicopter with Victor, you see him trail off and talk to the media. I thought we'd play it. It's short. Why not? He talked to the media for about 45 seconds here this morning. Dong, here's what he had to say.
Will you meet with General Flynn? I saw a friendly face over here. Well, we gave some information on the plane. I think we covered everything carefully and in great detail. You probably have seen it. Have you seen the information from the plane?
Nothing great.
So, well, I think one of the questions is, one of the big headlines this morning is that he's going to reopen Alcatraz prison.
Where did you get the idea for reopening Alcatraz?
Just an idea I've had, and I guess because the judges, so many of these radicalized judges, they want to have trials for every single, think of it, every single person that's in our country illegally, that came in illegally, that would mean millions of trials, and it's just so ridiculous what's happening. And it's long been a symbol, Alcatraz, of whatever it is. I mean, you know, it's a sad symbol, but it's a symbol of law and order. And, you know, it's got quite a history, frankly.
Yeah, the history, of course, and this was something that, you know, there's a lot of fallout from, let's say he says something on the NBC interview, and then everybody wants their own audio so they don't have to quote another network. That's part of, you know, piece of what's going on here. But I think the reason that everybody's reacting to this and keeps asking the president about this is that you think of Alcatraz, and when they sent people, Al Capone or whoever, you know, spent time there, it's the Rock. It's an island. And so the story went that, you know, once people went there, you never really saw them again, because what are you going to do? Take your little rowboat? Tell your lawyer, yeah, take the, there's no ferry boat. It's not as easy for visitors or lawyers. Do you know what I'm saying?
Is it not shark-infested waters?
Allegedly,
yeah.
Shark-infested waters.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it's kind of I think a little bit it's to psych people out, and especially part of what they've done, because they know they're going to run out of money here, is that they're trying to get people to self-deport.
Well, you make a fantastic point, because you think about, if you're a person that's considering maybe trying to illegally immigrate into the United States, and you're met with the potential of being sent to Alcatraz, you know, you're not going to come to the United States.
Yeah, I mean, think about the opposite. During the Biden administration, there were people from around the world who got word, hey, Joe Biden he's opened up the gates. Come to America. And so this is the opposite. And they're saying, don't come. And if you come, you will be deported. And that was why that Kristi Noem message that we aired previously, where she said she stood with the photo op in the that mega prison in El Salvador, where she said, and if you come here and you don't self-deport, it'll be worse for you, because, in other words, there's a record of this, and it'll be tougher for you to come back and try to legally gain citizenship. So a little bit of trying to incentivize people who maybe are not the criminals.
Here at CCOT today and visiting this facility. And first of all, I want to thank El Salvador and their president for their partnership with the United States of America to bring our terrorists here and to incarcerate them and have consequences for the violence that they have perpetuated in our communities. I also want everybody to know, if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face. First of all, do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use if you commit crimes against the American people.
Tools in the toolkit. By the way, this morning, Trump and the White House, they are hosting today Russian-American ballerina Ksenia Karelina. Remember, she was released from that Russian prison last month after spending more than a year in custody after allegations of financially supporting Ukraine's military.
Well, Dawn, they better hurry up that ballroom construction then if she's coming today, right?
Yes.
President Trump greeting supporters at an RNC fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago, showing us the main ballroom at his private club and sharing new details about the one he plans to build at the White House.
We are going to make and build a ballroom, which they've wanted for probably 100 years at the White House, and it'll be a world-class, beautiful ballroom.
A ballroom that could cost millions of dollars. He says he will pay for it himself. You will fund it.
Yeah. I'm not going to ask the government for money. I'll fund it, and I'm sure we'll have some donations to it.
Yes, so how about that? What president has ever said, yeah, I'll help fund it or fund it completely, and maybe they'll sponsor it like the White House Easter egg roll? Who knows?
I love that.
You know? But that would be lovely. Get America dancing again, MATA.
I don't mean to throw this out there, but why not? I'm a big reality show guy, and I hate to say, one of the shows I'm forced to watch is Dancing with the Stars. And Dancing with the Stars is on what? I think it's NBC, right? Let me look that up.
I think it's ABC.
Is it ABC? Well, whatever network they're on, why not get them? It's no longer NBC. It's on ABC. You're correct. Why not get ABC to throw a sponsorship, or Disney? Disney's ballroom at the White House, and then you employ it for Dancing with the Stars for the finale. You have the finale right there at the White House ballroom.
Perfect. So you can rent it out, offset tax dollar
look at that.
expenditures.
Sure.
And I know that we talked earlier on Kale and Co., but the cost of the military parade was another thing that she brought up. They keep saying that the president wants to have this huge party and parade on his birthday, which is Flag Day. I'll point out to you that's the U.S. Army's 250th commemorative birthday.
Really gloss past on the morning show, but it did kind of come up. Would you commentate the Trump parade if you were asked on? I just want to put that. Okay.
Of course.
Just getting that out there if anyone's
Be
listening.
An honor.
We have an expert here every year for a long time doing that Mummers Parade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't, unlike Greg Stocker, he declared. Now, Dan, I have to get you and, Jimmy Kelly to, where do you stand on do you like parades or what?
I like certain parades, Dawn.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Like traditional parades, like the Mummers, I'm all for that. And then, as Greg mentioned, bringing the kids to the parades is awesome. And then you have the Disney parades and the Sesame Street parades and such, or Sesame Place. I just feel like there are parades for too many things now. But something like this, I mean, a little. When I first heard it, it's a little bit on this authoritarian scale, I would say. So
that's what it's painted as.
Yes, and it does concern me a little bit how it will be viewed on a national or international stage. But besides that, as you made a point on the morning show, our numbers are growing fast in recruitment in the military because people are recognizing not only that the military is strong and that they'll be supported, but masculinity is making a return. Why not put that on a grand stage and have, networks cover a parade and bring honor back to the military? I think that aspect of it would be fantastic.
Yeah. And depending on which network, and I was doing all the searches of how this is being described on the so-called legacy television news.
The thing I think of is the tanks rolling down the street in North Korea as the big picture of Kim Jong-un follows behind, And I don't think that's how this is going to play out, right?
No, what they're saying is it's a celebration of all military, but especially the U.S. Army, which we're way down in the recruitment for the Army. The only branch that we're not down in recruitment is obviously the Marines. We've said that a million times. But for the U.S. Army, this would be a celebration over 250 years to celebrate those soldiers. It would be an opportunity, I believe, if they bring forth military members, military veterans of all walks of life, and celebrate their role. For example, the African American soldiers who fought, and even during the Civil War fighting for freedom, Tuskegee Airmen. I mean, you could really bring in a diversity of people. I think Trump would love to do that. And bring forth everybody and have a celebration of those who've served.
Meanwhile on MSNBC, Dawn.
This speed. This resembles more after there's been a coup. And the other thing that's interesting, I was thinking about this the other day, eventually regimes make science and medicine bow to their ideology.
Oh, wow.
So
really
the communists would, use psychiatrists to say that dissidents or journalists.
Is she talking about how Democrats bent and manipulated things like, COVID and the fact that vaccine was going to make it so it couldn't spread once you were vaccinated? Right? Is that what she's talking about? The manipulation of shutdowns?
Say that dissidents or journalists who didn't agree with the regime had to go to psychiatric hospitals. But to do this so quickly, to have a war on science, on welfare, on knowledge of every kind, so immediately, and to have somebody like RFK, K Jr. there, that's very unusual, and even in the history of autocracy.
Oh, autocracy.
Jasmine, we've...
Yeah, we don't need more of that.
This is autocracy. That's what this is. Does it sound, you tell me. 855-839.
Before we go, just let's look at Trump's thoughts on the parade. Take a listen.
Parade.
A military parade?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We're going to celebrate our military. We have the greatest
what's
military
the
in the world.
price tag? Do you
People, peanuts compared to the value of doing it. We have the greatest missiles in the world. We have the greatest submarines in the world. We have the greatest army tanks in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And we're going to celebrate it.
And we're going to celebrate. So it would fall on the Army's 250th birthday, does fall on Trump's birthday, June 14th, which is a Saturday this year, Flag Day also. And it would kick off a year's worth of celebrations, and Philadelphia would probably play a huge role in the upcoming year. We know that from the Trump administration, but it would kick off a year's worth of celebrations for America's 250th. So there's that going on.
Sarah checks in on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@12WPHT. Come watch us. When we play these clips, we're actually playing video a lot of times, and you can see what's going on. Sarah writes in. She's actually the one that gave you that Melania book that you mentioned earlier in the show. She says, Good morning. Sorry I missed the shout-out, Dawn, but Peggy, another friend, just told her about it. She says, I really hope you love that book.
I do. I love it. You're how thoughtful. You're so thoughtful. Gave us the kids some sunglasses while we were in Italy, but love you, Sarah. You're a sweetheart. And I do. I love the book. Yeah, I gotta get her a good gift. Maybe she'll come tomorrow night. I don't know if you're coming, Sarah. I haven't confirmed yet, Sarah Weiss. If you're coming tomorrow night, I'll bring a little something special.
Not only
for
Sarah, to all our YouTube chatters. If you're coming, put it in the chat. I'd love to see who's coming out tomorrow night.
Let us know.
That way I can make sure to come by and say hi.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Zioli is at his location first, and then we'll head over. I guess that's sort of like the pregame show. Then we'll head over to the theater. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I guess there are still a few tickets left, according to Greg Stocker. Oh, we got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles. These are from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Yes, these models with their sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles that are available, as I speak, across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family & Company Jewelers has it all. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. Their showroom offers so many beautiful gift ideas, a huge selection at every price point for this Mother's Day. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift she will love. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, tomorrow at 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorite, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
It's a great Menti morning with my hubby, Larry Menti. He'll be joining us right around the corner. All things Trump. There are a lot of developing stories locally, statewide, nationally. We'll get to all of it. Maybe we'll even get to reveal what Larry got me for Mother's Day. Woohoo!
Wait, you're not supposed to know that.
Wait till you hear this.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So much Trump news. It's your Menti morning, though. We do have locally, by the way, we're still on jury watch with the trial of Maurice Hill. Just a heads up on that one. And we've got to talk about all things Trump, the reaction, and my better half, Larry Menti, joins us live. Otherwise known as Larry Bear.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
You know what? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
One of the huge stories up in New York, of course, it's a big national story too, is the Newark International Airport and all of the problems. And and the big problem seems to be coming out of Philadelphia with the equipment and the staffing in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Is Philadelphia experiencing the same problems?
We're not hearing about it if they are. As far as you're talking about that we are a hub, essentially Philadelphia is part of the hub, and is that part of it?
Yeah, you have the air traffic control. You have the air traffic control for Newark as well as Philadelphia, and I can't for the life of me figure out why it's only affecting Newark and not Philadelphia.
Probably because they go, we're going to give Philadelphia the favoritism, and New Jersey is second. That's why. So we are the priority. No, I'm totally, I'm teasing. But yes.
Or maybe they're just better at hiding it.
Yeah, that's right. So Philadelphia.
I would love to hear.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from people that recently flew out of Philadelphia, because it's ridiculous what's happening. If anybody's going to fly out of there, you better call ahead, because they're canceling flights again today. This has been a week. Again today, and flights are 4 hours late, so it's a nightmare for people traveling out of Newark, and that affects the entire country. And so, but I just couldn't figure that out for the life of me. It's been bugging me all morning.
Well, so we are in Philadelphia. Philadelphia International Airport, PHL, is the major air traffic control hub for not only Newark, like you're saying, but Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, and Maryland. So apparently when they did the hubbing, if you will, then we became that hub where our air traffic controllers are helping out with all, because we had a defund base, or we had a lack of air traffic controllers, I believe. Isn't that part of it?
Oh, yeah, there's a huge shortage of air traffic. No, you're absolutely right. There's a huge shortage of air traffic controllers all across the country. And heard the Trump administration is going to give a 30% pay hike to air traffic controllers, and they're going to have incentives to sign up. They're asking people that there's a mandatory retirement age of 56. They're asking people to work beyond that. It's an enormous problem. So if anybody out there is looking for a job, air traffic controller, they need you.
Big time. But my take on it, Larry, is that, we in Philadelphia, in this region, Pennsylvania, we come to the airport early. We are prepared with our patience cap on. And, in North Jersey, they're a bunch of whiners. And that's why you're hearing more about it. That's my story.
Yeah, I'll tell that to the family that cried on the phone to me today, and that didn't get over to Europe to be at a big family reunion. I'll tell them that they just didn't get to the airport in time.
That would stink. And they missed. So did they miss their family reunion?
No, I just made all that up to make you feel better.
Wow, that was good. See how good he is, Dan? So you got to watch him. You got to watch him.
Sorry, I was like, Don, yeah, you're kind of working yourself in a corner here.
Whoa.
Thanks, Lair. Thanks, Lair.
Yeah, right? So what have you been, we compete against each other. Technically, he's at another.
Not really. Not really.
Because you could never compete with me.
Yeah, that's it.
So what were you focused? Did you do the Dave Portnoy story out of Philadelphia at all? Do you know about this?
No, I did a lot on the 60-minute piece last night because they infuriate me. That was the biggest hit job well, I shouldn't have said the biggest since the last one they did.
Yeah.
I mean, 60 Minutes is absolutely embarrassing. How do they never learn their lesson? How do they keep doing this? Mm-hmm. I mean, they were out in front in the Russian hoax. Remember, they edited the whole Kamala Harris interview to make her sound coherent.
Yep.
And then they were caught in that. That's part of the lawsuit. And then when Donald Trump tried to bring up the Hunter Biden laptop in an interview leading up to the election in 2020, they wouldn't let him talk about it and edited it all out because they believed it. They said it wasn't verified after it was verified. So I am not only angry, I'm sad because I held them up for a standard that they haven't reached for a long, long time. They were the gold standard of long-form broadcast journalism. And I think everybody that got into their business aspired to be with them someday.
Yeah.
Now they're a joke. They're an absolute joke, and it's so obvious what they're doing. And so and then Scott Pelley, who does that area last week about the Bill Owens leaving, who has been at the forefront of this bias. And what does he do? He does this piece this week, I think, to show everybody, look, we're still not afraid of Donald Trump. The piece, by the way, didn't have one Republican in it. It didn't have another point of view. It talked about Trump going after Democratic law firms. It said nothing about the lawfare against him. It was completely subjective, partisan, and biased, and I'm embarrassed for them.
So
I do have the holier than thou intro available if you want that.
Okay, let's listen in.
Yeah, here, youtube.com/@12WPHT for the video. Go like and subscribe.
It was nearly impossible to get anyone on camera for this story because of the fear now running through our system of justice.
This isn't slowed down, by the way.
In recent weeks, President Trump has signed orders against several law firms, orders with the power to destroy them. That matters because lawsuits have been a check on the president's power. Many firms and attorneys have been targeted, among them Mark Elias, a longtime opponent of Trump, who is the only lawyer the president has named who was willing to appear on 60 Minutes.
And a big fat
Elias
Democrat.
and others are warning that Trump's assault on the legal profession threatens the rule of law itself. Elias says that, for him, it began with the president's personal grudge.
I have more if you want it.
Ooh. And by fat, I mean PHAT, a Democrat they love and support. But weren't they involved? Were they the ones behind the Steele dossier, or am I confusing my Democrat attorneys? Was Mark
Elias was involved with Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton, okay.
Going all the way back, and he's been in the forefront of every Democratic scandal, protecting them. He's part of the lawfare that went on against Donald Trump. Of course he's going to speak. Of course he's going to speak. But you're trying to tell me they couldn't get one person from the administration or anybody in Trump world, including attorneys, to come on and rebut some of this stuff? They didn't even try, because there's no way they wouldn't have put somebody forward to rebut this ridiculous piece.
Right. And to your point, they have no problem quoting sources, well-planted, well-placed sources say. They could have at least done that.
Donald Trump hates me because I fight hard and I fight for free and fair elections. I insist on fighting for democracy in court, fighting for voting rights in court, and insist on telling the truth about what the outcome of the 2020 election was.
Are there risks in doing the work that you're doing?
I'd be an idiot not to be worried. The question, though, is what do you do? Right? Do you just cower in the corner? Do you just try to disappear? Do you just leave democracy to fend for itself? Or do you stand tall and do the best
Larry,
you
he's
can
a
every
defender
day?
of democracy. I don't know what's the matter with you.
Superman.
He's playing the victim, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's the victim of all this, where he was in the forefront of the Russia hoax. He has been part of the lawfare against Donald Trump, and he does not get to play the victim. He doesn't get to, except on 60 Minutes where they'll allow it.
Well, and so his firm was the firm that was at the center of, that hired the company behind that Christopher, the so-called Steele dossier.
Yeah, he's got a long list. He's got a long resume of political corruption. And he's the guy they chose to be at the forefront of their piece. He was the first person out of the box. They had 3 people. All of them were Democratic operatives. They were the only people they had in the entire thing. It was the most embarrassing piece of journalism I've ever seen. And they've long ago hurt the reputation of 60 Minutes. And they've done stuff like this over and over again. This might be the low point. And I'll tell you what, there's a merger going on between CBS and Paramount, and they're trying to get it through, and they asked them to back off. I would not be surprised if there's a firing over this.
Well, that's, Larry, I wonder personally if they knew that because of the merger, because of the money crunch that we've seen with pretty much all biggity big anchors across the board who make a ton of money in a dying form, an antiquated form of media. I have to wonder if they perhaps knew that the axe was coming and doubled down to make it, to just say, oh, this is why we were fired. I suspect the fix was already in on some of these high salaries.
Yeah, that could be it. I mean, I don't know that for a fact. I know that Bill Owens was the ringleader for decades. He was the ringleader. He's the one that made the turn. He's their Jeffrey Zucker. Remember when Jeffrey Zucker came into MSNBC and made them the anti-Trump network? That's who Bill Owens is. And now he's out, and he has all his minions beneath him saying, we're going to show them. We're going to show them, and we're going to out Bill Owens, and we're going to have a tax piece on Donald Trump. Well, good for you. You just ruined your show's credibility.
A senior partner at one firm told us the president's orders were, quote, diabolical, intended to bankrupt us. He said within hours, his major clients were threatening to drop his firm. It took only a matter of days before America's wealthiest and most powerful law firms buckled.
They buckled under force.
Cry me a river. What a crock all of that is. You're telling me that the most powerful law firms in the country can't fight an executive order? You're telling me the most powerful law firms in the country can't stand up to Donald Trump like they have, weekly? That they're all victims in this thing. Everybody is the victim, and Donald Trump is the sinister evildoer.
Well,
it's journalism at its worst.
And here's the thing, as you well know, Larry, when you think about, first of all, lawyers, I think most Americans don't have, what's the old saying, with who would you choose more, the shark or the lawyer, the journalist and the lawyer? People will choose the shark. So there's not a lot of sympathy. But just to remind everybody, March 22nd was when it was the Secretary of Homeland Security. The subject of the White House memorandum was preventing abuses of the legal system in the federal court. And that was, one of those executive orders. where they said that lawyers and law firms that engage in actions that violate the laws of the U.S. or rules governing attorney conduct must be efficiently and effectively held accountable. And so they point out in that one, 2016, Mark Elias, deeply involved, they say, in the creation of a false dossier by a foreign national designed to provide a fraudulent basis for federal law enforcement to investigate a presidential candidate in order to alter the outcome of the presidential election.
All right, more from Elias if you want it.
All right, one more.
In a shock to the legal community, 9 major firms went to the White House to make a deal. Some say they were pressured not by a written order, but by a message from the White House threatening an order.
It is trying to intimidate them, the way in which a mob boss intimidates people in the neighborhood that he is seeking to either exact protection money from or engage in other nefarious conduct. I mean, the fact is that these law firms are being told, if you don't play ball with us, maybe something really bad will happen to you.
And so that's the 60 Minutes piece. That was Mark Elias again, as he's comparing President Trump to some kind of a mob boss.
Right. But it's amazing how much is being left out of this piece. I mean, you just provided information that I think is crucial to the piece. He was part of the school dossier. That's crucial to that piece. You would be fired in any newsroom if you left that out.
Yeah.
Fired, because that should be a linchpin of the piece. The fact that he went back after the guy that even if you had sinister motives, you'd still want that as the motive of him going back after him. To leave that out shows such a bias. And again, it hurts me. I loved 60 Minutes. I, like many Americans, when they were at the top of the heap and they had the great ratings, beating all of the sitcoms and the dramas, you had to watch 60 Minutes because they were that important. Look at them now. Look at who they are now. They're a joke.
Yeah, and to your point, Larry, let's say they could not get somebody on camera. They could have just read from what I'm reading from, which is whitehouse.gov. It's the March 22nd executive order. And they could have asked Mark Elias, well, they say this. You say what?
Right.
They say that some of the fraud, and it goes through it, but they say that some of the fraudulent claims impose an enormous burden on the federal government. This fraud, this is what the White House document says, this fraud in turn undermines the integrity of our immigration laws and the legal profession more broadly. It says, to say nothing of the undeniable tragic consequences of the resulting mass illegal immigration. And then it even names like Lake and Riley, Jocelyn Nunn, Gary, Rachel Morin, all of those, and the drain on taxpayer resources. But it goes on, and they certainly could have, at the very least, read this out loud. Scott Pelley. They would have had to, maybe they could have sped up his delivery a little bit. But in essence, I'm being very serious. This is what the White House is saying. They didn't really need somebody on camera. They have the actual executive order that they could have put into the record.
God bless you, Don. You have more hope and you're more optimistic. You have a bigger heart than I did. They lied. They didn't want to do any of that. They know that. There's 60 Minutes. How many producers and executive producers and people had to sign off on this? They did this on purpose. When you look at everything they left off and their lack of effort to get the other side, you can only come to the conclusion that this was purposeful, that they were targeting the Trump administration again. And this has been going on for years now, for a decade. And the problem is that this all changed with 60 Minutes the moment, what was it, Don? June 15th, 2005, when Trump came down that elevator. Everything changed with all of the media and especially 60.
Yep, down the escalator, a day that would live in infamy. So I teased ahead of 2015, but I teased ahead. Should we talk about what you got me for Mother's Day?
Oh, honey, that's really personal. You mean you're talking about the leather and the feathers?
Whoa! Hey now!
Wow, you got that too?
Wow.
I did not
Now,
know.
is that a gift more for her or more for you, Larry? I mean...
Well, the feathers are for me.
As a Mummers fan, of course.
No, she's being very kind here. She did it. She did this all. We went out and got 2 new cars from Piazza, and that was all because of her. I'm so happy that she did it, but I was not for it. I didn't want to spend that much on a car. I beat up these cars. I wanted a used car, and she was nice enough to get me a new car, but she got one for herself too.
So you're saying that she guilted you into a car by saying this is her Mother's Day gift. Is that correct?
Kinda.
But you also threw him one as well. Is what happened here.
Yeah, that's kind of a sinister way to say it, but I love that. So yeah, let's do that.
Well, it makes your life easy. Now you don't have to find a gift, right, Larry? You just got this beautiful car in the driveway.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, I'm driving in the car now. I love the car. I love the car, and everybody down at Piazza, they were tremendous.
Yeah.
Everything you've said about them on the air, you're absolutely correct. From Ross down to Josh, who's now learning, we met a whole cast up there, and they couldn't have been better. They couldn't have been nicer.
Yeah, they're great guys. Ross, the awesome boss at Piazza Honda, Philadelphia.
That's good. That's a T-shirt.
I know, right? It truly is. But so Larry got the bigger Honda. I think you got the top selling one, right? You got the. Now I'm going to.
CRV.
You got the CRV, and then I got the sportier, smaller one. So I'm officially out of my.
Wait, no more minivan. The minivan era is officially over.
It's a new era.
Oh, that's breaking news.
Yeah.
Well, that's big.
I love it. It's sporty. It's little. It's cute.
Oh, that's great.
Yay.
Yeah, but the minivan, God bless it, was on its last legs. That minivan was so beat up over the years after all the kids took a turn at it and took a notch out of it. That thing was that had to limp all the way to Piazza.
No, it didn't. That was your car. My car, still the engine was a honey. It's just the rest of it.
You know what I'm also kind of seeing here, reading between the lines, Larry? Now without the minivan and be able to haul stuff in the back as if it were a pickup truck. I was telling Dawn she needs to buy a pickup truck because of all the work that she does around the house. Now she's got this HRV. I don't know if she's going to be able to fit it in the back anymore.
That's right.
I'm starting to figure this out. You want to start a fight. Is that right? Is that what you're trying to start a fight?
It's all good fun, Larry. Come on.
Dan's getting to know me too well. Dun, dun, dun.
Did she tell you she does all the work around the house?
She does. She does. I mean, she didn't even tell me that. I know she does. Like, you can't even convince me at this point that you do it, Larry.
Wow, after I make her a coffee in the morning.
He does
and
make
leave
me
it
coffee.
Out for her.
Well, you make the coffee.
I have to rush home right now because I have to have the dishes ready before she comes home.
That's
or there's hell to pay.
Yeah, well, you do the dishes, and she does the lawn, weed whacking. She fixes the garage, you know.
Well, we have a lawn service, so they'll be upset to hear about that.
That's right. Natural Lawn of America.
Look at this.
Does she fix the garage too? Did she say that?
I'm not trying to start beef, Larry. I'm just a tattletale. That's all it is. Is things that come out on the show. You know, I like to reveal to you to see your reaction.
I did have to rewire the little thingy. Remember, it broke.
Wow. You guys are as bad as 60 Minutes. This is all fake news.
I love it. Love you, honey. Drive home safe in your nice new Piazza vehicle. Bye-bye.
I will. Thank you very much. I have your bonbons in the car. I'll feed them to you when I get home.
Can't wait. Love and marriage. Larry, the great Larry Mency. You know, he was thrilled. He was like a little kid. Because his car was a disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. So couples get new cars?
I know.
It's beautiful.
Both got them.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. Thank you, seriously. Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Ross, thank you. Thank you for walking us through that. Walk in the park. All right, we have to take a break. We're watching the local trial. The jury still not back with a verdict. We'll check on the verdict. The jury, what are they going to do? Will it be a hung jury against this guy accused of shooting 6 Philadelphia police officers.
You know, I'm really disappointed, Don. I missed my chance.
What?
I meant to get on record whether Larry, too, would be alongside you as a co-host for this Trump parade coming up.
Oh, darn.
Yeah.
You gotta text him.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Right? You and Larry teaming up? Be
We'd have a
fantastic.
blast.
Let's get it going.
Do it. Let's do it. Be right back.
Love and marriage, love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Matt in Philadelphia ponied up a lot of money yesterday for the Travis Manion Foundation to golf.
It was an unbelievable day for solid athletes, well, just regular guys. I think we spent more tipping your bartenders than I did to buy the event.
There he is, Matt in Philly. By the way, such a touching moment, too. After Ryan Manion spoke and gave a speech, and then Tom Manion did as well, they played the national anthem as they do every year. Everybody just taking their hat off, looking up at Old Glory. Beautiful day. What a sight. Great stuff.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
When you buy windows this spring, you don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows and doors. I'm Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window. We keep it simple. Stress-free estimates, good for 30 days, and we're not staying for dinner. Those big window companies never leave and will do anything to get your money. At Keystone Window, we are different in a good way. Our quality windows are affordable and come with a 50-year warranty, including labor. We don't operate all over the country or use an 800 number that rings at a call center on the other side of the planet like those huge window companies. We are local, and every happy customer means we're getting it right. We offer an honest, everyday low price with 0% financing. We will save you hundreds, if not thousands, on a very warm window. Call today for a free estimate. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Ocean City Music Pier on Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
A slow-moving weather pattern will keep the forecast unsettled. Clouds continue today with some off-and-on showers, some downpours possible, high up around 71. Chance for showers continues tonight. It'll be mild with a low near 60. And for Tuesday, mostly cloudy. Still a few showers are possible with a high 76.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tomorrow at 1210 WPHT.
As Pope? I'd like to be Pope. That would be my number one choice. No, I don't know. I have no preference. I must say we have a cardinal that happens to be out of a place called New York who's very good.
In that clip, you hear President Trump praising the cardinal, kind of tongue-in-cheek with the Pope, but now this has gone viral with that image. I know we talked about this earlier on Kale and Company, but we have to bring this up. Whether or not you felt this was an insult, this AI image that I guess somebody did, and then the White House, obviously Trump didn't, he doesn't know how to do the AI imagery, but they put it out. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see it, but it's the image of the pontiff, and then they've screenshotted or, done their little AI magic to put Trump's face in there. I would say out of the two over the weekend, I liked Trump as a Sith Lord, with the May the 4th be with you with the Star Wars reference. But there was a lot of reaction to this one, as a lot of people said, oh, this is disrespectful to Catholics and the Pope having passed away. And obviously, by the way, the conclave begins this Wednesday. But, one of my Catholic friends, this is a mom of 6 children, and she had texted me and said, everybody's upset over this AI image of Trump's face, Trump dressed as the Pope. But what about the Last Supper with the trans individual transposed in as Jesus? Remember that? Or what about the Super Bowl Eagles team with their faces imposed as if they're in the Last Supper? And remember that Nick Foles was portrayed as Jesus. So were any of these groups upset when, for example, it was a trans individual hosting the Last Supper? And I don't know that it went viral. I don't really remember that many people saying, oh, this is anti-Catholic. This is a huge disrespect. Everybody said, oh, it's sarcasm.
And you were talking
about this is him really saying it, not an AI image. And that was a reference to something else he did this weekend. And let me just say this. I realize this is part of his distraction strategy, so that we're not talking about him not following the Constitution. I realize this is him trolling us, so that we are outraged and talking about it. But okay, I'm going to take the bait, because I'm a flawed Catholic, but I'm a Catholic still.
Yeah.
Him tweeting out an AI-created image and the White House official account of him posing as the Pope is disrespectful. It is frankly disgusting, and it is outrageous. Many, many Catholics, people of faith who actually do believe in God and believe in the rituals of the church, not the people who wear crosses just for the sake of wearing crosses, people who actually believe in that are bereft over the death of Francis. This is one of the most solemn times in the Catholic Church when they are in the process of selecting a new Pope. And so all of those devout Catholics that voted for Donald Trump because they thought for some reason he was a better representation of faith than other folks, I think you need to ask yourself some questions, and I think you need to ask the White House and Donald Trump some questions, because Trump, Mr. President, it's his holiness, the Pope, not his oiliness, the dope.
Well, and that was her punchline, Anna Navarro on ABC's The View. So I'll be curious throughout the day if people think it was disrespectful, if it was over the top. But I did not hear. Maybe Dan, did I miss it? All the times that they were upset about, like my friend who had put out, what about the Last Supper imagery? What about all of that?
There was a lie in the conservative media, but as much as conservatives wanted any kind of response from liberals, no, they defended it. It was it was a lot of defense, and it was really. Like, the image was not good at all. Hey, we got Mickey in Southeast who actually wants to get in on this topic, Dawn. You mind?
Hey, Mickey.
Hey, Dawn. I was raised Catholic, and I don't understand why people get upset over these things. If we get offended by every single thing that's put out there about Catholics or anything else for that matter, we're showing ourselves to be more like the liberals do. And they want us to be offended. We just need to not be worried about these things.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's free speech, right? That's what free speech is. And sometimes people make things that seem offensive, but Trump didn't do that. And even if he did, he has a sense of humor. We're all allowed to have a sense of humor. But he supports Catholics, so I don't know why anybody would be offended. They just need to get over themselves.
Well, thanks. I love your perspective. I agree with you. I mean, I think I can see where, I don't know, I think that he was being a little humorous to it, and I think that he's also saying basically who will be the next pope, because the conclave is coming up on Wednesday. That was my take on it, that it was more of saying, oh, who will the next pope be? Could it be Trump? It was like a troll. I guess it worked from that standpoint.
Dawn, I dialed up our time machine. And I was able to go back on The View and hear how they reacted to that Olympics insulting Christians with their take on the Last Supper to differentiate how it might sound from Anna Navarro's take on Trump's AI image. Take a listen.
But then there was instant controversy over an opening number featuring drag performers that some people said was a blasphemous take on Da Vinci's painting, The Last Supper. Now, organizers said, we're sorry, but, the guy who actually put it all together said it was from the Feast of the Gods, which is a 17th century Dutch painting of the Greek Olympian gods, the Olympian gods, because it's the Olympics. Okay. And there are many more people in the picture they're talking about here. There's people on the side, and it's like, come on, y'all. It's the Olympics. Stop. They're not trying to do anything except talk about the history. They're showing you the history. There are too many people in the picture for it to be the 12 disciples and then the 7 or 8 other people who are in the picture. It's just more people.
So there it is. So I don't know if Whoopi had a take. She seemed kind of quiet in that other segment with Anna Navarro, who's... What did she say? She was not a perfect Catholic or something? What did she say? Anna Navarro, she's not a perfect...
Yeah,
so she's probably... Hopefully she's a better Catholic than she is a Republican.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what she apparently was like 20 years ago.
She says, this is a quote, sorry, I found it. I'm a flawed Catholic, but I'm a Catholic still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That's everybody. We're all sinners, Anna. So we got that going on. There's so much. We're watching by the way, we are watching, first of all, today is the day federal government resumes collecting defaulted student loan payments. Dun, dun, dun. That's in the headlines for millions. This is the first time since the start of the pandemic. So basically, people were allowed to not pay on their student loans. That's kind of nice. They got a big reprieve. But today's the day, as they're saying that we're in the worst student loan landscape that we've ever been before. That from a student debt crisis center. But the Trump administration says taxpayers should not be burdened with this. And these individuals made their choices, signed their contracts. So that's in the headlines this morning. And I still do not see any verdict coming down from this trial. This is the 42-year-old Maurice Hill. The trial where the jury told the judge last Friday that they were stuck on a few key issues. And they're saying, Your Honor, we're hung up on these issues. We don't know which issues. Reportedly, some of the charges related to self-defense. That's what they had the question about. So in this case, Maurice Hill, he admits that he shot these 6 officers, but was saying it was an act of self-defense. He didn't know. I mean, if you have law enforcement, serving a warrant on your home, how would you know it's law enforcement? How would you know?
Yeah.
Could be an intruder, even though they go, police. And,
Satan.
they have things like badges. And then after like 8 hours, there were SWAT teams and shoppers above. But, how are you really supposed to know for sure? Maybe it could be like, bandits and intruders posing as SWAT members. I know, but they're still deliberating.
Yeah, it's true.
So
I can bring you back to the hypocrisy because I did the research that you asked me to. I did get Whoopi Goldberg's reaction to Trump as the Pope to counter her previous comments on the Olympics, and I also got Anna Navarro's comments on the Olympics, her previous comments on the Olympics, to counter her comments today on the Pope. Is there anywhere you want to go with that, or you just want to throw it aside because we're sick of the View?
What do you think? I can go either way.
Let's just play Whoopi today, just because it's relevant to news.
So I don't know why you don't remember it.
Yeah.
Because we saw you say it. This isn't AI you.
No.
That was you.
Twice.
2 times.
Yeah.
So when you say you don't know, you have to check, then you shouldn't be president if you don't know the job.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing this? And don't act like we're the idiots here.
Yeah.
You know the job, and yes, you are violating your oath of office by doing that. Or
I don't even know what she's yelling about. They're all, at least they're not interrupting each other.
Well, that's because I stopped it right before they did so. Yeah.
They're usually
crazy. No, you're not. It's something
There
I
it is.
yeah,
we don't need all that.
Very rude. I don't know. Joy Behar, she's the chief. She's an interrupter in chief. I will say that. Man, I could not. That would be tough to work with those individuals because they're just negative energy.
Really, they are.
They should just have a moment where they only can talk about positive things. And it would be a moment of silence, truthfully, because I just think they're so negative. They're like these angry, angry people.
It's a great point. I can't think of the last thing that they spoke positively about. I go through these clips on a daily basis, and it's just all negative. And I guess that's the thirst that their audience has. Do they even have an audience? I guess they do, right?
I don't even know. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not even kidding you. They must. How do they support their huge multi-million-dollar contracts? So presumably they have a faithful audience. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It is. It's crazy. We got to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village, near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village, near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is, and always will be, built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Is this the musical?
No, this is
that?
from Rank.
Oh, I was going to say, it sounded...
Sounds like it could be, though, right?
I know. We have so much happening today. We do have an unfortunate so-called comedy musical. But headlines this morning, watching whether or not there will be a verdict, whether the jury can come together and give a verdict one way or another as of right now in the Maurice Hill trial. Those 6 officers who were shot that fateful day, August of 2019, testifying how they were shot, gunned down. It was traumatic. So what will happen with this jury? They continue to deliberate. And what about the Temple? At least one Temple student suspended after that anti-Semitic sign was displayed at Barstool on Sampson Street. We talked a ton about that this morning with Dave Portnoy, who said he fired the 2 female waitresses, he called them. One named Kelly, he said, was incredibly stupid. But to the 2 students, the guys, giving them a little bit of grace, if you will, and saying he's going to pay for a trip for them to go overseas and tour concentration camps, across Germany and Poland, Auschwitz, etc. And so he doesn't want to, quote, ruin their lives. But that has been a national story. And this one, you can't make it up. It's a sold-out musical known as the Mangione Musical. This is in San Francisco. And yes, unfortunately, it's focusing on the tragedy, among other things, of the cold-blooded murder of CEO Brian Thompson, who was just walking on a New York sidewalk on the way to a United Healthcare conference where he's relatively newly promoted. A husband, a father of 2 high school-age sons, gunned down, murdered. And in San Francisco, it's a sellout show. It's all laughs as they want to see this musical.
People are obsessed with Luigi Mangione, so much so that they made a musical now about the 26-year-old murder suspect. If you can believe it, the tickets to this show about Luigi are already sold out. That's how popular it was. It's about health insurance, hash browns, and murder. The team behind the musical saying they're not here to make moral proclamations, just talk about the systems we're supposed to trust that have stopped feeling trustworthy. It's supposed to be a satire with Mangione, Sam Bankman-Fried, and P. Diddy, who were all in the same federal lockup in New York. Okay, let's not forget here, Mangione is accused of killing a healthcare CEO and a dad of 2 in cold blood in New York City. He's looking at the death penalty in a very serious case, but the musical is kind of making light of the situation, saying it's going to be laugh out loud funny and leave you wanting a hash brown.
Ew. So we don't have comment or reaction from the widow, the wife of CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, or his 2 teen sons, but I'm sure they're not laughing. By the way, that fundraiser for to help him defend himself has raised nearly $1 million. Tomorrow is his 27th birthday. It's really sickening. It really is. And we got to get to before we get to Dom Giordano, I just want to say this, that we saw one of our friends, one of our guys, EJ Antoni, and man, he looks good.
You got a crush on?
You know I love EJ. But he looked downright beautiful.
I mean, my goodness, speaking of efficiency, look at what Doge uncovered in terms of how we retire government employees, where we have to carry physical paper records down a mine shaft in Pennsylvania to where these things are housed. I mean, this is absolutely ludicrous, but these are the very commonplace things that Doge is uncovering literally every single day. And as we bring more efficiency to government, we're cutting costs. Virtually all of the reduction in government spending, government purchases, I should say, from the first quarter GDP report that we got last week, John, nearly all of those reductions in government spending are accounted for through the cuts made in Doge. So this is clearly having an impact, and it's having it already. And again, these guys are only weeks on the job.
So I'm so proud of EJ and Tony, our own, defending Doge, but rocking and it's unusual to rock a brown suit, but he looks good. He's got the brown suit. He's looking very coiffed. He's got
Dom's analysis on the outfit.
Yeah, he's coming up live on Dom Giordano if you're interested in the extended information at 1:30. But Dom, he's looking quite dapper.
I like the hair. I don't know about the brown suit.
Really? You don't like it?
I prefer Dan's green suits. He's got a whole collection of them.
Am I supposed to wear that tomorrow night?
Yeah, I thought you would.
Well, Greg gave me permission not to wear a suit, Dom.
Oh, yeah, I'm not wearing a suit either.
Oh, you're not?
This is a suit event.
Oh,
No.
really?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. Good to know.
Well, I'm not sure, but you know what? Always bring two changes.
Dawn, are you wearing a suit tomorrow?
I'll wear something nice. Maybe I'll wear leather.
You want to wear Larry's Mother's Day?
No, wear like a leather jacket, smarty head. I mean, EJ Antoni's got the hair gel. He's got the beard all like.
But it is a brown tweed suit.
It looks good on him, though.
You think so?
I think he looks fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like an economist that's contemporary. Yeah. William Shatner is with us today. He'll be on YouTube with us, too. We'll see how he looks and what he says about Katy Perry in space.
Ooh, I can't wait. Katy on Astronaut Day. Katy Perry. Oh, this is going to be good. Dom shows now.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Czar. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, we are loaded up today, right out of the box. A lot on the border with President Trump and Welker yesterday and the badgering. Morning Joe today. And I watched this and carefully documented for you so you don't have to. The latest left spin, the Reverend Al Sharpton. Mika, Joe, is, well, Obama deported as many or more people as Trump. Why does Trump get to be called deporter-in-chief? Now they're attacking Trump and saying Obama, they also say they argued with Obama about it. We don't believe that. We don't believe that Obama actually deported more people than Trump, so we're going to have to keep a running score. This is the latest line. It's brilliant, Joe. Obama did more than Trump. So why is Trump so blatant about it? Obama was doing it. He didn't make a big deal about it. Okay, let's deport more then. Let's get the number going. All right, but I do want to start, and this will be cut 8. Here is Van Jones in the last couple of days, and we're only going to play just a little bit, maybe the first voter. I think that is apropos. He has 4 African-American voters, and I think at least a couple of them were females, or maybe all of them were. And they're talking about they voted for Trump. What would they do now? Then I'm going to give you J.D. Moline, who'll be here with us from the Bucks County Courier-Times. Nobody covers places like Levittown better than J.D. Moline. He's got a big piece at phillyburbs.com. As Trump finishes his first 100 days, we asked Levittown, how's the president doing? And the people who voted for him there, which used to be heavily Democratic, still is, but they voted for Trump. And you'll recognize some of the neighborhoods. They're famous. One of the original Levittowns. He says, just like Van Jones, they're sticking with Trump. The number one issue, they like what he's done on the border, and they're willing to give him some time on the tariff issue. So here's a little bit of Van Jones and some people on CNN talking about, all right, you're African-American, you voted for Trump the first time around. Would you vote for Trump after the first 100 days?
And here we are in South Carolina with 3 Trump voters. You weren't always a Republican.
No. Actually, I come from a family that was like super Democratic. My first time voting, I voted Democrat. I voted for Joe Biden.
What about Trump appealed to you?
Am I allowed to cuss?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, part of it is he's an asshole. I like authenticity.
You voted for Obama then you voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, but 2020 you voted for Donald Trump. What made the change?
I began listening to someone, her name is Candace Owens, and I read her book, and it just opened my eyes to maybe he's not this person that I have been led to believe that he was.
So you voted against Trump in 2016,
yes,
but then in 2020 you voted for him?
Absolutely.
Why?
I saw how things were going during his first term, and I was pleasantly surprised, and I was pleased with what was happening. I saw the economy getting better. I saw country relations in certain countries getting better.
What are some things that he's doing that you do like?
For me, I like the border.
There you go. All right, Henry, you can stop right there. I just wanted to get that one in. So they asked people in Levittown, big piece, as President Trump crosses the first 100 days, what does Levittown, which that's one of the places I'd go here. They're moderate Democrats, but they are Democrats, says J.D. Moline. Last November, Levittown had 41 sections that supported Trump, the Republican who defeated Democrat Kamala Harris by 1.3 percentage points in Levittown. And he did that just about in the election in Pennsylvania. They said that, are there any regrets? They're slight, But doorstep interviews conducted last week said they'll give the president time to set some things coming off the tariffs right. They went through some of the towns in Levittown, which I'll talk to him about. He's here at 12:30. Even today, the plurality of Levittown voters remain Democrats. The 4 municipalities are controlled by Democrats. Yet they went for Trump. With a population of 51,000, have been trending Trump since 2016. It was noticed when an unusual number of pro-Trump signs sprouted in Levittown's solidly Democratic neighborhoods, such as North Park, probably the bluest of the community, deep blue precincts. And it said that 31,295 registered voters live in Levittown, and all but 556 registered to vote in time for the presidential election. And he talks about Levittown. They borne the brunt of middle-class job losses from deindustrialization. They've borne family, friends, and neighbors who've died from opioids, have grappled with inflation, quietly resent that their children and grandchildren can't afford a fixer-upper in a place built as affordable housing. That's Levittown. Their kids and grandkids, though, can't do what they did. That postage-sized lawn, Levittown. A greater number of Democrats also voted in the last election than did Republicans, by about 2,000 more, and yet Trump still won in Levittown. And again, when they talk to people there, they say that even though they're not fully happy with tariffs, etc., they're willing to give Trump some rope because they like what he's doing on just about everything else, and they led with the border. Levittown and these black voters with Van Jones. Just 2 snapshots. You know, not a big sample size, but telling us something 100 days in, particularly with Trump. All right, now this is cut 17. Here's Kirsten Welker, and I know maybe we'll get into it tomorrow night. I'm not giving Kirsten Welker all these interviews that President Trump does. I don't know if he thinks it's a more prestigious show still, bigger audience, Tim Russert, something like that. She is particularly one-sided, but that's what he may have in mind. I mean, I like that he wants to get into the ring and duke it out with the other side. I thought the Atlantic thing was brilliant. Remember that magazine article? Here they are, though. Here's the boxer trying to put him in. I told you, Morning Joe today, on the border. Trump is crushing it on the border. That's the headline. Crushing it. So what are they going to do on that? Well, on Morning Joe, they were trying to say, well, we tried to tell Obama not to, but he deported more people than Trump some years. Why does Trump get to be called the deporter-in-chief? You talk about a weird strategy to try to attack him. They got to do something. The other strategy is what Kirsten Welker does. Listen to her now say, well, if the border is no longer a problem, when are you going to get rid of the emergency declaration?
Is the
One second. So the emergency declaration is what helps to keep these policies going. Why would I care that we have an emergency declaration? Why would I want to get rid of it? I was waiting for Trump to say, are you kidding me, lady? I'm going to keep that emergency declaration there forever, even though nobody's going to get through that border. So listen to this. Well, if it's so secure, why do you still have an emergency declaration? These are feeble attempts, but you got to realize, you got to do something. If Trump is sitting there on the border, and even people that hate his guts are saying, yeah, the border's secure, why couldn't we have done that before? You got to try something. You can't just shrivel up and do nothing. So this is some of the wild things they're trying. So here's Welker's turn it back, saying, well, why keep this emergency declaration?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's absolutely
Isn't it good
secure.
when you say that? Doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums. Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say It's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country. Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even
it
though you're
means
saying
exactly
the
what
border's
you
secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question
complicated.
becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really.
We're going to talk about that, but talk to me first
that's
about
to me
this.
the emergency.
Talk to me first about this.
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is it's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including
That's all right.
3 on the Supreme Court.
They change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that happens, but they do change.
Just to button this up, though, are you planning to lift that emergency
buttoning it
anytime
up.
soon?
No,
now that the border's secure,
we have an
You say the
emergency. We have a massive emergency overall. It's an overall emergency on immigration, and if the courts don't allow us to take people out, if we had to have a court case, every single person, we have millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases. Figure 2 weeks a court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's.
All right, there you go. She tries to come back to it again. So 2 angles of attack on the border telling you this issue is bulletproof, so to speak. And they're trying to come at it from the wildest angles they can. There is nothing here. They tried the due process thing. What they're trying to do is four corners offense. These judges slow it down. Trump's right. You don't get a full murder trial with each one of these things. In fact, on Morning Joe, they said Obama was deporting people left and right. Now, what I would advise is put more money into, hire more immigration judges, not for a full trial or whatever. Hire 1,000 of them. Hire 5,000 of them. It's worth it. Get them out of here. Keep it moving. That's the bottom line. Politically, it's golden. All these stories tell me that. All right, let me give you the side question. And by the way, the next thing they're encouraging, they're spending a lot of money, the catchphrase self-deport. We'll give you $1,000 to get a plane and go somewhere. Self-deport. That's no muss and no fuss. That's a brilliant strategy. Get people to self-deport. Just leave. We'll help you leave. We'll pack your bags. How many times have we said that? Who's the current athlete in town will pack his bags? No one jumps to mind with the Phillies right now, but there's several. Some of them will come up, probably in the Sixers. We'll pack your bags. We'll drive you to the airport. We'll give you a bonus. Just get out of here. All right. So the side question today, Cinco de Mayo Day. So what we're looking for is something associated with Mexico. All right. So, and again, just because we're not going to do an exhaustive, we're taking 100 items off the board. You know, if it's a pedestrian one, you should have a better judgment. Put a little twist on it is always the chance to a winning answer. So I'm going to take off immigration because it's in the news, the border. I'm going to take off tacos as the broadest thing. And I'm going to take off mariachi band. How one of these times at Mulligan's would I love to have a full-fledged mariachi band? We could introduce them to the Wildwoods. I love the mariachi
Just
band.
have them following you around.
Yeah. At Breaking Bad, they had a mariachi band. They let off with it like 6 times by my count over the years. They played into it for some reason. And it's only New Mexico. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah. How about Mexican Coke?
Okay.
And I'm talking about the drink, the soft drink.
Right. All right.
Nothing else. The Mexican Coca-Cola is made with real cane sugar instead of all that, processed corn syrup. So I think
RFK Jr. drinking Cinco de Mayo.
RFK Jr. is probably all over that today.
Okay.
And plus, if you ever go to a Chipotle or any other store like that and they have it there, you have it. It tastes so much better.
All right. I have not tried. I haven't had a Coke in I don't know how long. So Mexican Coca. Okay, that's good. So hit us with that. Something Mexican, real, fictional, some kind of connection outside the box. 855-839-1210. And Levittown, Van Jones with Black Voters. 100 days in. The thing that pops, border. Little side question, kind of the dessert would be the transsexual stuff. The area is still up to give the president more time, the tariffing, et cetera, that goes into that. Outside the tariffing, there's nothing right now that jumps that really is a warning of any sort. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Coming up at 12:30, we'll talk with J.D. Mullane. 2:15, William Shatner here today. Nobody better to talk. All time, he's coming to town for Fan Expo. And our buddy, Scott Presler, you will not believe this, has gotten permission from, I think, 4 counties in Pennsylvania to do nonpartisan voter registration at churches. Presler at churches. Don't want to miss that at 2 o'clock today. The guy never fails to surprise. It's always something. All right, so 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and every month we shine a spotlight on an outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Be here Wednesday, May 7th, as we honor U.S. Army Reservist State Senator Tracy Pennyquick. Our Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. That's Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Looking for the perfect ride at the perfect price? At Hester Chevrolet, we've got the deals to get you on the road in a new Chevy today. Our huge selection means there's something for everyone. Plus, with easy financing options, getting behind the wheel has never been easier. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive. Hester Chevrolet!
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a charity we formed called Lev 27. Lev 27 is a charity that helps people stay in their homes. Look, sometimes life happens. Many people live paycheck to paycheck, and if suddenly something happens and they can't afford to pay their rent, we will step in and help them. We'll even cover any legal fees to keep them in their home. Go to lev27.org, that's lev27.org, to find out how you can help or make a donation. Thank you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. Henry, I believe we have some sound. I'm not sure if it's YouTube. Where I don't see it here. Of David Portnoy, Cut 21. Play that in a second. Let me give you the situation. I was trying to figure out what happened here. Portnoy is become one of the biggest names in sports media, without a doubt. Maybe the biggest or the most lucrative in some ways. And the pizza thing, too. You know, he's put a whole niche into that. He says a number of wild things at times, but he has tapped into something really good. And I kind of like what he's decided to do, except I don't like the specific. In other words, what we have is a couple or some Temple students and two people that worked at his barstool bar over on Sampson Street. Somehow or another, when you want bottle service, you send some kind of message or something here. And they wrote blank Jews, clearly in the message to get whatever as a joke. I don't know, the barmaids and the people taking it seemed to be in on it. So he fired them. With the Temple students, one has been placed on possible, I don't know if they're going to throw them out of school, but they're suspended, one of them that they know of. And he says he doesn't want to, here's the part that I like, he doesn't want to cancel them for their whole life by this. Now, I don't know, how he thinks that might happen, but isn't it kind of outlandish to send them to Auschwitz on this? And I don't know if that's going to be the threat. You either go to Auschwitz and learn something, or you get canceled here. So here's Portnoy, and a lot of people on Twitter are mixing it up over this. What do you do when you have people drinking like this? I'm not sure how long they were drinking. They're Temple students, at least one identified as that. I don't know the demographic and why they think this would be something you'd put up there when ordering as a joke. Now, arguably, they're not on campus, but Temple is already suspended, very sensitive to anti-Semitic stuff. Or are they? Are they consistent? If a school is consistent on that. But I like Portnoy's instinct. He doesn't want to, quote, ruin their life over something they're doing like this. But sending them to Auschwitz? All right, here's what Portnoy said.
The bar closed down earlier today. The owner, Dave Portnoy, was very vocal on social media after learning of the hateful sign displayed at his establishment.
I've been shaking.
When Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool Sports, first saw the anti-Semitic sign that was ordered with bottle service at his bar, he was outraged. Portnoy addressed the situation in what he called an emergency press conference on social media.
I'm trying to keep it together, but I'm on it.
Rabbi David Kushner, who is a chaplain with the Philadelphia Police Department, says Portnoy contacted him.
He did reach out, and he's distraught.
Posts online identified the offenders as Temple students. Temple's president said the university placed one student found to be involved on interim suspension. In a statement, John Fry said the incident doesn't represent the Temple community or values.
Upsetting.
The Jewish Federation of Greater Philadelphia says there's no place for this kind of speech.
So it was shocking. We spend our days, my colleagues and I, in the Jewish Community Relations Council, fighting against anti-Semitism.
Portnoy contacted the patrons involved and decided this should be a teaching moment.
We're going to send these kids to Auschwitz, and they're going to do a tour of the concentration camps in Germany, and hopefully learn something, and maybe their lives aren't ruined, and they think twice, and more importantly, other people see, it's not just words you're throwing around. So to me, that's a fair outcome of this event.
As for the servers who complied and made the requested sign,
the two waitresses who worked at our place fired.
All right, so that's Portnoy on it. I mean, bringing in Auschwitz with this, I like his instinct. Temple getting involved. Would they have done this in the past? I think there's a new sensitivity attached to anti-Semitism related to colleges. I don't think you can, of course, they have a right to say whatever they want, but Temple has a right to do what they want. And on Twitter, people seem not to be getting Portnoy's, even though I don't think I'd send him to Auschwitz. His sensibility here is, I'm going to condemn this, but I'm not going to do it in a way at this age that they have this as a tag on them forever or something like that. So I think that's commendable. I think that's a good way to handle this. I just thought, he blows it up into a trip to Auschwitz around this. Is that really? A lot of people think that's giving them a break or something. I don't know. They think it's an all-expense-paid trip. Look, I have not been to Auschwitz. I've been to 2 of the Holocaust museums, one outside of was it outside of, I don't think it was Jerusalem. I think it was outside of Tel Aviv. The other one, Washington, more powerful. That's not a vacation trip. That's heavy duty stuff. It makes you think. It's you come out of that, you have to decompress for a while. So 855-83. I just find it interesting how this guy's handling speech here and how Temple's handling it. Drinking, etc. I mean, what propels you to put that up there? I don't know of any religious background. I don't have any more details on this other than that's where it stands. And I think this guy's doing the right thing, except off to Auschwitz is a lot. All right, Joe in Columbus. Joe is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. Dom, I think that'd be a good learning lesson, especially when you hear people like Bill O'Reilly saying that only schools these days have the least limited amount of time at the end of the year to teach about the Holocaust. I think it'd be a good move.
All right, I just think it's a little bit grandiose or something, you know what I mean, for this, but I like what he's doing, though. He's not canceling them, and he's not letting them get away with it.
And Dom, these people are after attention anyway, so let's grab that for their own attention. I'm going to Auschwitz. Look at me, everybody.
All right.
Dom, my side answer is those, and if you ever took a trip to spring break or down to Myrtle Beach, you see these signs starting at like 300 miles away. Pedro says, and as the miles keep turning down, you come upon this silly little tourist trap with a big Mexican hat tower, and it's that south of the border down in just beyond the state line in South Carolina.
I think it's the height of kitsch and all that stuff. I mean, it is top 5 for what they do. Yeah.
It is. And the warning signs they give you get obnoxious.
Well,
the billboard.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah. All right, Joe. That's a good one. That's kind of related to it. A lot of sombreros, a lot of stuff like that. Dan, did you have one around this? Do you have one for something associated with Mexico?
How about avocados, Dom?
Avocados. Well, that's all the time. Whenever there's a dispute, the Biden people would say, you're not going to have avocados. Who's going to pick those avocados?
Stole that one from Henry, by the way.
All right. Geraldo, in a debate with Joey Vento and me, said apricots or apricots.
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 No, it's apricots, right?
I think it's apricots. Yeah. So, he threw that in. He didn't go with the avocado. All right. So Dave Portnoy, interesting case. In his place, they put it up. It's a sign for bottle service, blank Jews. Temple knows the student. I mean, there's tape of it and all that. They identify him. He's suspended for now. Don't know if there'll be others. They decry anti-Semitism. He's wound up about it, but he doesn't want to, punish on this forever. But I guess if you're going to Auschwitz and seeing that, you're going to have a pretty big reputation around that. Maybe a more subtle way of dealing with it while also calling them out is what you want to do. All right. All-time great columnist J.D. Mullane, whose blood is the blood of Levittown. And Levittown is historic. He wrote something in this big piece, 100 days into Trump, Levittown voted for Trump. Now, Levittown is still on paper Democrat stronghold. Moderate, but they're Democrats. And yet they're sticking with Trump throughout this. One of the things he mentions in here, these people in Levittown are livid. They got a piece of the American dream, the lawn, the suburbs, Levittown. This was one of the, I don't know if this was second or so, I think. And yet their kids cannot get a fixer-upper. All right? Their kids are grandkids, he says. And they see Trump as one of the few people that is making a dent. They bring up the border. They are not on board with the tariffs, but they're willing to give it a chance to see how it plays out. And he makes the big point, even in a place like Levittown, when you hear some of these polls, we have some information later on, they're rather phony, to put it mildly, that Trump is holding his own at this point. That doesn't mean it's going to hold through the midterms or anything, but at this point, he is. All right, so J.D. Mullane coming up. Hey, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free. Buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deal. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers. So whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, as always, just call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is 2 for the price of 1. Enjoy 2 for $5 on Hatfield Phillies Franks BOGO Night, Monday, May 12th, when the Phils host the Cardinals at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking and enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. By the way, and this ties into Levittown, these moderate Democrats, Bucks County, the center of the political universe. One of the heavy hitters, he might be a presidential candidate, the new senator from Arizona, Gallego, is coming to Bucks County on Saturday, I guess it is. And he's here to say Republicans are going to cut Medicaid. And Brian Fitzpatrick is one of the biggest cutters. Oh, my God. Just listen to these stats, and I'll go to JD about this. Delaware Valley Journal. Now, this is 2023. It's gone up some. In Philadelphia, 31.3% of people were on Medicaid, of adults. Montgomery County, 15.4. Chester County, 15.3. Bucks County, 16.1. And Delaware County, listen to this number, Delaware County, 20.7. So almost 21% of adults in Delaware County are on Medicaid. How will Levittown react if the Republicans start talking about, what they're talking about is this, protecting the poor, protecting pregnant women, but getting off Medicaid able-bodied males? And I bet out of those people in Delaware County, the lion's share are able-bodied men that we're paying for in Medicaid. But Republicans are afraid if they do it, they'll be accused of being cruel. You hear that people say, well, the Trump base will not like that. Let's go to J.D. Mullane here on Talk Radio 1210, columnist, Bucks County Courier-Times, and The Intelligencer, my all-time favorite. J.D., great piece. Thanks for joining us.
Sure, thanks, Tom.
So if you went to Levittown today, and you do a great job of showing all the ways on paper that it's still Democratic, but apparently giving Trump a continued chance, what would they say about these rumblings about Medicaid, do you think, overall?
Well, on the surface, they would hear the messaging from their party when most of them are still Democrats, and they would pay attention to that because it affects them directly. You know, that sort of stuff affects the $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year guy, and there are a lot of them in Levittown and Lower Bucks County. But I think that the Democrats' messaging is, listen, we only want to get the able-bodied lazy guys off of this, the guys who are gaming the system, the guys who got a foothold on this stuff during COVID and never got off, then you'd be successful in winning Levittown to that message, you know, because the Democrats are just going to recycle the, I've been hearing all my adult life, they're going to cut Social Security, they're going to cut Medicare, they're going to cut Medicaid. It never seems to happen. But that messaging of getting able-bodied young men off of this stuff so that people who need it actually can use it is a good one for the Republicans. But, who knows how they'll do that nationally or even locally here in Bucks.
Were you surprised, and you know Levittown better than anybody I could find, that they still were sticking with Trump? I thought they would on the border, but the tariffs coming toward the end, I thought there'd be a little queasiness there.
No, not just Levittown, but the people who admire and like and vote for Donald Trump, it's almost like they have a personal connection with the man and they believe him. They believe, they use the A word, authenticity, and that's true. Mm-hmm. And so when he says, things are going to get a little tough, we're going to have to sacrifice, it's kind of echoes of Kennedy, ask not what your country can do for you, and Americans are always willing to sacrifice. And, Trump says it's going to get a little bumpy, and it's not been too bumpy, I have to admit. But look, the road to the White House, they say, goes through PA, goes through the 1st District in Bucks County, and on November 5th, it went right through Levittown. Levittown was in no mood for any more Joe Biden, or he's sharp as a tack from the elite media. Sometimes you got to tell Grandpa, take his keys and tell him he can't drive anymore because he's a danger to himself and the motoring public. And that's what Levittown reluctantly, I think, did to Joe Biden, because we like Joe Biden here in Bucks County. He has been a regular visitor since I've been at the paper in 1987. We know him real well. He usually goes to Bucks Community College. So, it was probably a poignant thing, but people in Levittown, like I say, that $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year guy, he has to watch out for his own economics so he doesn't lose his house or his apartment or his way of life, really.
Is there, other than the border, and it's replete through here, and this has been rock solid almost overnight, is there any other, I wanted to ask you, we saw during the election, the Trump people told us, JD, they may have spent $35, $36 million on the ads around transgender, particularly, we're not going to have men or boys against girls in sports. Is an issue like that, is that an issue, or is there something else other than the biggies?
You're going to get a variety of answers, and it almost always has to do with if people have someone in their family with that affliction, or they know somebody at work. Americans generally, I found, particularly in the middle class, working class, are very polite, very deferential to that sort of thing. People are not going to mock you if you're trans and you work with them, as long as you do the job and you're not a troublemaker, that sort of thing. But that's anybody. But I think the issues that were really important to Levittown was the most recent one is that their kids and grandkids can't afford to buy a house.
Yes.
I see it with my kids. I got 3 young adults. They're all in their early 20s at home because they can't get out. Even rent in Bucks County is astronomical. It's really out of control. And we all know and we all love the Levittown story, those of us who live here, that, why the houses were built, and they were built so well in nice communities with really good school districts, including Bristol Township. It gets a bad rap. Their top 20% can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the central county, trust me.
Wait,
I covered them for a number of years.
You're letting your Makefield attack seep right into it without missing a beat, the Makefields.
Well,
the McMansions, when you did that one, you got 1,000 of those big mamas coming after you there, yeah.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, and your listeners probably, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on your show over the years, but about 10 years ago, I got a secret document from somebody, a Democrat who liked my columns, and he slipped it to me, and he was from, somewhere up in the central county. And it was a memo on what are we going to do with all these Levittown Catholics. Basically, it didn't say that, but it kind of did, because they're all pro-life. And, of course, pro-choice is the hill the left is going to die on in Bucks County or anywhere. And so the plan is, and Mike Fitzpatrick, rest his soul, he knew about this. We talked about it, was to cut off the 1st District. In those days, it was the 8th District. Below Route 1, which is Levittown, Feasterville, the Bristols,
right.
Bensalem, and fold it into whatever the Northeast District is, 120-something, I forget. And frankly, I think people in Northeast Philly and people in Lower Bucks County have a lot more in common,
without
values
a doubt.
and economically. That might be they might. The geniuses in Doylestown who come up with this stuff might have cut off their nose to spite their face, because they might have created a powerhouse district. The whole thing was, we need to be a deep blue, cobalt blue district, and we can have that if we cut them off. And Mike stopped that. So I don't know where that plan is, but when you know something about people above Route 1 who have this, and all the people who would happily go along with it, you kind of get a chip on your shoulder when you're from Lower Bucks County about it. Because I've been in the room when they've called us, basically a trailer park. I've been in the room when they would say they don't want their kids going to high school with Levittown or Fairless Hills kids. You can talk to Bob Costa about this. He's from Lower Makefield. He understands this perfectly, the two divides. And it's just it's a shame it has to be that way, but we're scrappy in Levittown, and we don't take that kind of stuff.
Here's the forward question too, and I'm in the camp that thinks Republicans really have to solidify a lot of stuff over the next year or two because once Trump can't run again, I don't know who the Republican is. It's going to come marching into Levittown and carry it. Has Trump dented it enough that another Republican might be able to come into a place like Levittown?
I think only if there's still work to be done, and there probably will be with Trump. He's limited to this term. You'd need I think J.D. Vance, he drew a huge crowd in Newtown when he came, Jim Worthington's place. Yeah, I think if the message is right and, we're going to finish the job, that sort of message, I think Levittown would. Listen, Levittown is not Republican. They're not suddenly going out and buying whale pants and taking golf lessons, at Topgolf. They're not those kinds of people. They're Democrats or they're independent Democrats or they're Democrats only because, the name was handed down to them like a family heirloom. They're not really like their parents and grandparents. They got a D on their forehead when they're born. So they are Trump supporters. They're voting for Trump, and they ticket split in Lower Bucks County. They vote for they voted for the Fitzpatricks.
All right. Well, one other question I wanted to squeeze in. This stooge of Diane Marseglia, Bob Harv DeGrasse, whatever the last name is, does he have any reason? If I hear these people, he's got name recognition and all that. Is Brian Fitzpatrick not going to beat him by 10 points?
I don't know. I hate making predictions because when I do, it's on the record and then people, they get, you were wrong. Yeah. But I know Bob Harvey. I knew him when he was a school teacher at Bucks County Technical High School in Fairless Hills. He's a great guy. His students love him. So he was a teacher for many years. So he has those connections in the community. And Bob is a moderate. Now, that's not to say that he won't be pro-choice and all the Democratic boxes he has to check. But in terms of his personality, he's a good run for the money for Brian, for any Republican, really, because he's from Lower Bucks County. I think he lives in Fairless Hills.
All right.
So he understands it. And the fact is, Dom, everybody in Levittown who holds all the people like the boards of supervisors and the borough council in Tullytown, they're all Democrats.
I know they are.
And they all know who their people voted for. It begins with the letter T. And they have to be very careful about, what they say about, President Trump because he's admired by a lot of people. So especially the military vote. The military vote loves Trump. They really feel that he has the back of the military people. And if mother and father in Levittown or Fairless Hills or wherever appreciates that when we send their kids overseas. So, yeah, I think Bob is a really good candidate for the Democrats. Finally, he was sitting there on the bench. They didn't go out. They didn't get somebody from out of town. Like they always do. Somebody didn't listen to the consultants. I think they fired them. I hope they did anyway. Because they gave us Ashley, what was her name? Ehas? I mean, a terrible, terrible candidate. Very nice person, proud of her service to the country, but a terrible candidate on the stump. Really bad.
Great stuff.
I could have told her how to do it.
Great stuff, JD. As Trump finishes his first 100 days, we asked Levittown, how's the president doing? And you just laid it out.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my colleague Chris Ullery at the Courier, who did all the data mining. I mean, he spent weeks looking at every precinct in Levittown. There's a little interactive map. You can see how your neighborhood went. It's really mine split. Not surprised. But, he really did a wonderful job, and that was really the foundation upon which I went out, and I'm the guy who talks to people. I do the doorstep interviews. So, great work for Chris.
Great work by you, too. Thanks, JD, as always.
All right, take care.
All right, JD Mullane here on Talk Radio 1210. We'll get your reaction. You got the side question. You heard ours. Something associates Cinco de Mayo Day with Mexico. EJ Antoni will be here. He was on Fox a lot, several things today. Economist. We're going to ask him a lot of questions. And we also have one of my favorites every time we get him on, not just Scott Presler, but William Shatner today at 2:15 here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. Brock in Charlestown had, there's a glitch here, but he had the Mexican Godfather. Okay. All right, we got that. Put him down for that. That's what you can get in. It's an easy one. jump in before they take all the good ones. Something a little bit outside the box associated with Mexico. Let's talk about my friend, dentist extraordinaire, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like best about Dr. Bentz is he doesn't just offer one solution. He offers the best choices so you can decide what's right for you. So I've just completed a dental implant, okay? We went back and forth over that versus the usual stuff that you would do, and it was time to do that. And again, we went through in great detail what to expect, how this was going to work, what the plus and minus was, and the pluses came out tremendously for me, and the results. So this is the type of thing where he'll put in front of you as he sees it all kinds of choices, and then you make the final determination. Dr. Bentz knows everyone and every smile is unique, and your implant journey starts with a comprehensive diagnosis. I've told you, he has diagnosed people with something serious that others have missed. He uses advanced imaging and technology combined with personalized consultations based on years of experience. Dr. Bentz will explain in detail the options available so you can make the right decision. It's all up to you to get the smile that you really want and the great dental health we all need. Call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Politics and Pints. It'll be at the Colonial Theater Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30. But wait, there's more. How about the pregame coverage?
Pregame.
Starting at 3 o'clock, Great American Pub, Rich Zioli broadcasting live in Phoenixville.
We're going to have a well-lubricated audience, if you know what I mean. I would get your tickets now because this might be so much fun. This might be a rowdy event. Come on, show up and represent. We give you tons of entertainment. Make sure you're there, 1210WPHT.com.
We don't go out that way enough.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tomorrow at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano. I should be over there about 4:30 tomorrow. I think Dawn and Nick may stop there on the way to the big event, which is going to be much different than any of these I've ever done, I think. I think you're going to enjoy it. That we'll be hitting everything and taking a lot of questions from the audience in the first 100 days. Some outside-the-box stuff, I think, with this. And, again, J.D. Moane, Levittown is a real good demographic to take a look at. I'm not sure I agree with him, though. We'll see that you can lock in people like that after Trump. I think Trump's got the secret sauce, and this is what Republicans have to figure a way, or count on Democrats just to be so bad. And tomorrow is a big day. The book is out. The Cognitive, I'll play you coming up at 1 o'clock. Jen Psaki saying, well, how would she know that Biden, she didn't know until the debate. I was on Inside Story, and I said to people there, this is impossible. Of course he was. Now, he's always been slow, so I take that into account. Maybe they thought, well, that's just Joe. He's not that smart. No, but this was even worse than the usual Biden stuff. All right, let me go to Brock in Charlestown. Brock, I think we got your side, but you have something else. Go ahead.
Dom, are you there?
Yes, I am, Brock. Hi.
All right, thank you so much. Hey, Dan, thanks for fixing the drop-off. Dom, two things. First of all, I appreciate the repartee between you, Dan, and Henry. You're kind of like three guys like at the Melrose, you know, with the Western omelet, a glass of milk, and a hot black coffee in that big, thick ceramic cup.
Make mine tea. But by the way, Brock, no longer, but I got the behind-the-tour scene of the Melrose once, how they make a particular product. And they had like a giant board, you know, right there in front of you. Don't go off the ingredients, even the pickled beet, stuff like that.
Yeah, the Melrose was the best.
Oh,
frankly.
God, yes. Yeah, yeah.
The other thing is, like, honestly, like, I hate corporations, but the fact that you had, like, the one-day delay show, I was able to listen to myself, and I sounded like a freaking idiot. And that hurts. Okay, so here goes.
I don't think so. Go ahead, yeah.
The Trump interviews he's been doing like this past week or whatever with Moran and Welker and all that is like, if I fantasized about being like things I wanted to say, he did it.
That's true. And that's what's
I
working.
Mean, he pulled Terry Moran's pants down as Spank the Heine. He really did. And Christian with the whole Jasmine thing is like, oh my God, like this is what I wanted to do.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have some of her sound. They had her at a graduation speaker, Jasmine Crockett. Right away, I would take away that school's accreditation right there on the spot. Take down the college letters, move them out. Your diploma's worthless. That's it. Go somewhere else.
How can you speak so stupidly? And then finally, my Mexican point, which I told Dan about, is like the fact that so my people are from I'm a Lithuanian. I'm from Pottsville, coal mine town. I was born in California because my dad was drilling water with a rig, and my grandparents are Mexican. They have passed, so I have no problem saying it. Frankie Consuelo Mejia, Meija, they're great, hardworking people. So not all Mexicans are bad. And finally, Hank, can't believe I'm saying this. Yeah, the high fructose stuff in Coca-Cola is bad because it's a corn lobby. I had real sugar back in the day. Like when I used to drink like a dime Coca-Cola where you reach into the cabinet, Dom, you remember this, with the cold water, and you pull it out, the Coke bottle glasses, and it was like sugar. It made your teeth fuzzy.
Oh, it did. It did. Without a doubt. Thank you. We got you for that, Brock. Thank you for another great call. All right, coming up, EJ Antoni at 1:30 today. But what the heck is up with this company? Costco is still one of the big three holdouts. I'll give you the other two saying, no, they're going to do DEI. Why do I think Costco strikes me as middle America against that stuff? Apple and Levi's. Jeans, we know they're against it. Jennifer Say. They're in favor of DEI. All that straight ahead. And William Shatner at 2:15 today on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know the story of the 3 bears? They all sold replacement windows. You remember that, right? So Goldilocks goes up to the big bear and he tries to feed her a humongous price. And luckily she didn't bite. She checked out the bear with that unusually low price and realized his windows, well, they're sort of like what the bear does in the woods. But then she called Keystone Window. We're the middle beer. A high-quality Energy Star vinyl window, a better value. Like Goldilocks always says, just right. And you know how the story ends? She lives happily ever after because Keystone Window carries a 50-year warranty. That had Goldilocks singing with joy, so we asked her to sing our jingle. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time, and the Trump administration rolling out more blatantly today will give you a ticket to your country of choice, or your home country, I guess, and $1,000. And the coordinator of Chicago's Cinco de Mayo parade first says, we ought to be safe here. We're a sanctuary city. Hey, buddy, it's the United States. You can't say sanctuary city. Yeah. You can't come over this line. And the person who's coordinator also said immigrants give almost $100 billion a year. Federal government should give them that money when they get deported. $100 billion we got to slice up. Maybe we'll take off. Hey, buddy, how much can we take off for killing and raping Laken Riley? How much can I take off for killing and raping Rachel Morin? How much can I take off from every pedophile action out there? How much can I take off for them taking over apartment Yeah, that's right, Martha. Several.
Sanctuary City.
Yeah, how much can I take? Can I ship Jim Kenny off? Go back to Ireland, buddy. You'd be happier there. Or you wanted to go to Mexico. I forget where he wanted to go. Jim Kenny maybe in Turkey. All right, 855-839-1210. That's $100 billion. This is the plan, though. This is the phrase, the catchphrase, and it's right. Self-deport. If you do that, you might have a chance of coming back legally someday. You get $1,000 and you get a plane ticket. And you might think, oh, come on, Dom, how many are going to do that? Well, I think a pretty good number are going to take advantage of that, and you're going to see that play out. And I mentioned with J.D. Mullane, these numbers, I'd love to get your reaction. It's only the Delaware Valley Journal that does this work. Please support them, DelawareValleyJournal.com, where I write. And they found that as of 2023, and it's probably gone up a good bit, 31.3% in Philadelphia were on Medicaid. Now, I knew Philadelphia would be high, but that means 1 out of 3, probably at this point, people that live in Philadelphia that are adults are on Medicaid. 1 out of 3. All right, 15.4% in Montgomery County. 15.3% in Chester. Bucks, which town in Bucks is driving this? 16.1% in Bucks. And in Delaware County, maybe this explains why Democrats control everything in Delaware County at this point. 21%, almost 21% of people, adults, in Delaware County are on Medicaid at this point. Think about that. Delaware County, what it used to be versus where this is. It's a sign of the suburbs. 21% on Medicaid in Delaware County. Oh, there's Chester. Come on. It's not just Chester. This has to be more widespread. So the thing is, Republicans don't know what to do. They know they have to try to cut out able-bodied young men-ish from Medicaid. They're scared to death, though. They're going to be accused of being cruel. Wall Street Journal's got a great story today, the GOP's Medicaid moment of truth. Do Republicans want to help pregnant women or able-bodied men? That's what this comes down to. And there could be really big savings there. So what are they going to do? Well, you have alleged moderates who say they're not going to get involved. You touch anything with Medicaid at all, and they're off the big, beautiful bill. So here we go again. We got the numbers potentially on this. We have the roadmap, and this is the month that will determine essentially what happens with this. Right now, I wouldn't be that hopeful that there's enough Republican votes to push this over. All right, you get in at 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. I've never been a member of Costco. DJ has, and I think that there's one that I know of. I go by. Seems like a pretty good deal to me. Costco, though, the guy that runs Costco is one of the leading figures saying that they are not going to give up their DEI policies. Now, Levi's, I get. Remember Jennifer Say, we've had him on the show a lot, the former vice president there, and she spoke out in San Francisco and got bounced and the whole thing that started with her, right? Apple, you know how liberal, progressive they are. But here are two that say they have voted against proposals targeting DEI programs, shareholders, and the company. That is John Deere. John Deere, that's Americana as you get. You want to have a lawnmower, it's going to run somebody over? Give me a break. And Costco. And Costco always struck me as middle America with a big stamp on it. This is middle America. Why would those two companies then say we're going to go down this path. We believe in DEI, and that's it. Even though the Trump administration has DEI on the run all over the place. Apple, you get. Apple's too big to fail. They can do whatever they want. We know that. People are not going to give up on Apple. It's like the NFL. The NFL still is a DEI and all that. You're not going to stop them too easily. People want it too much. By the way, it's going to be interesting what I predict right here and right now, where we may, it's coming up soon, these owners' meetings. I think they have the votes. I was asked the other day on Inside Story, though. President Trump, when the Eagles were at the White House, said correctly, what's wrong with the tush push? Why wouldn't you be able to do that? Would Trump actually talk to a few owners and tell them, hey, you got to vote for the tush push here? If he does, he's going to come out if it wins by one vote and say he kept the tush push in football. I have not seen betting lines of people really inside this. I think it's going to be very close. So why in the world would they even consider doing this? So let's play this out. I know it's just sports. I know it's just one play. If they vote to get rid of the tush push, what does that tell us, A, about the NFL? And more, what does it tell us about America? That America will accept it. They could do anything. They could get rid of the kickoff. They could get rid of a football. They just want NFL. Today, I think Trump is with Roger Goodell. They're going to announce the NFL draft is coming to Washington, the rollout, RFK Jr. Stadium. I'm not sure if it'll still be called that or not, the new one in Washington. I saw people on Fox saying, oh, yeah, we love a new. Who's going to pay for that? Who should pay for that? That's just the owner, and the owner is kind of a guy who's a carpetbagger who owns the Sixers, the Jersey Devils, and maybe some other thing, and the Commanders. All right, so 855-839-1210. If they do that, what does that say that people would accept it? What does it say about competition? There must be something else in football that people like if they go, yeah, you know what, we're not good enough. We can't do anything about that play. It's a participation trophy. Take it away because it's too big of an advantage. That's why. That's all that it is in my mind. It's so clear. Every competitive instinct tells me that's all that it is. So, Henry, you go on record to the NFL owners. I'm saying at the 11th hour, Trump might say, but my gut says no, they're going to get rid of it.
Yeah, only because they've pushed this vote off for so long in order to
new data.
To corral owners into being like, let's get rid of this. I
Yeah.
think they will. Only for that reason. If you asked me 6 months ago, I'd have been like, no way.
Okay.
No way anyone has the stones.
And why would anyone, supposedly this most competitive of all sports, want to outlaw something that one team does so well? You're a fraud then. You really don't like competition. You like something that is engineered so that every podunk city in America thinks they have a chance. That's all that I say here.
I think it's a bit of gamesmanship from the Green Bay Packers here because they're the ones spearheading this. They're the ones who spoke up and were like, yeah, no, we don't like this play. We should get it out of here. I can agree. Obviously, it is communist to them to, outlaw this play. But if I am every other team in the league, I'd be like, yeah, this play's annoying. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah, but what does that say about them then? It's not competition. It's not America to me. It's not.
I think it is competition. It's
how?
Because they're all banding together to squash this.
Right. Well, competition doesn't allow you to do that. Competition says you have to defeat it or live with it, one or the other.
Well, they're competing with it off the field, off the gridiron here, in the boardrooms, in the offices.
Henry, I think you should have been the founder of the participation trophy then. Come on. Dan, what do you think? Do they get rid of it?
I think they do, but I'm really against it. I think it's ridiculous that we're even considering getting rid of a play like this because slippery slope ideology. Once they ban this one, it's a progressive game. The coaches are always game planning of how they can get ahead of one another, and then you have something here. So who's to say the next time a coach has a genius idea similar to a tush push, they don't go into a meeting and say, yeah, we're going to ban it because we want to make it fair again. No, learn how to stop it.
Yeah, well, the only thing I would say in its defense is this. I don't believe they can stop it. I don't think there's any way.
I agree with that.
Yeah, with the players the Eagles had, with their coaching, with their tactics, and with everything. And all I can say about that is then it's the American way. Then you can't stop it. You can't stop it. You're going to have to do something else to make up for it.
Look, it's got an 86% success rate since 2022.
Right.
Why don't you examine the other 14%, see what went right on those plays, and try to emulate it?
Well, I would call Bill Belichick, but he's sort of so. Henry, how is it going getting Bill Belichick on? Tomorrow the book drops, so I thought you'd be right on it.
I haven't gotten a response
You
yet.
haven't gotten a response. All right, you're on it. That's fine. Maybe he's going to stop doing interviews. He wants to sell the book. But after the outlandishness of this, that might be a little hard. Okay, 855-839-1210.
Jordan.hudson@belichick.com is who we're trying to book this through.
Well, I'd rather talk with her anyhow. Sitting in for a national show, and I told the guy, hey, how about booking Belichick? And he went, well, we don't get guests like that. And I said, well, my guys will have to get Belichick on them. We'll have to show you that. The other guy I'm interested in getting on, we'll have more to say about this, is Fetterman. And I just don't understand. Maybe if I see you tomorrow night at the event, you can explain to me. I have these people doing this, and I just don't get it. When Fetterman is on our side, when he's saying things that cause tremendous agita to the other side, what in the world are you worried about? Oh, don't listen to him. He's still a Democrat. No. Who's saying we're listening to him? He happens to be right on Israel, and over the weekend he said we ought to bomb Iran now, that he's tired of you can't negotiate with them, and he's right on that too. So why in the world? Oh, it's a plot. He's trying to draw you into this. No, he's not. I think this is what he really believes in, and even the wife can't convince him any other way. So the New Yorker, and here's the headline, progressives warn that John Fetterman suffers from acute pro-Israelitis. I mean, there's plenty wrong with this guy. There was a lot more wrong when he ran against Dr. Oz. They pushed him over the finish line. Now they're attacking him. Why is that? Obviously, because he differs with them on things that the base just can't abide. All right.
Did you see why he went viral over the weekend?
Yeah, the New York, you mean saying kill them all?
No, the seatbelt.
Oh, on the plane?
Yeah.
Not wearing the seatbelt.
Yeah, viral video where he fights back Ben's a seatbelt. But so Reddit posted that, Dom.
Yes.
And I got to say, it's disgusting because the comments are, this man changed so much because of his stroke. Keep in mind, this guy had a stroke. That's why he's thinking the way he is now. It's horrible to see what the Democrats are now saying about this guy.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, well, tomorrow is the granddaddy of all this hypocrisy, and it lands on the day we're doing the big event. The Cognitive Disabilities book comes out of Biden, and they already have a promo out there that the two authors, Jake Tapper and Thompson, the other guy that wrote the book, they spoke out about this. And I have to tell you, I'll play you a little bit of it. They tepidly said something, but they didn't speak out and said, are you kidding me? This man can't function. They did not do that. No one did. Let me play you Jen Psaki first, then we'll take some calls here. Here's Jen Psaki, so I don't forget what she said yesterday about this is a loaded term, talking about cover-up. Cut 11, Henry.
Did the White House cover this up? Did the media cover this up? Like, what? Just sort of in retrospect, and you weren't in the White House in those later moments, but how do you read this? I mean, something I feel I have complicated feelings about, but I'm curious what you think.
I mean, I obviously do too. I think cover-up is such a loaded phrase. But I also, to your point, I left in May of 2022, just for the facts here. And I have seen Biden once since then, when I took my daughter to the holiday party this last December after he had lost. And so I hadn't seen him in person during that period of time. I never saw that person, not a single time. And I was in the Oval Office every day.
My God.
That was on that debate stage.
My God.
I'm not a doctor. Aging happens quite quickly. Were things that people saw during that period of time that were similar to that or would have been in a category of that? I don't know, possibly, right? And all these books are going to tell us.
But let's sort of take it in two pieces. First, like your old colleagues, I mean, and you talk to these folks, I talk to these folks. Like, do you think that were they actively covering it up? Were they sort of in denial, or was that just a bad debate? Like, what is your read on that?
Well, this is what I mean about cover-up is a very loaded term, I think.
Well, it means you knew that it was really bad and you're pretending otherwise versus you're deluding yourself, which I think is what people do a lot.
Well, I understand, but I still think it's like cover-up is often like a crime, right? When people use that term.
They say it's worse than the crime.
People use that term as they relate to Watergate. Or the covering up of not sharing public information about a war.
Yeah, and I'm not accusing anybody of a crime.
I understand, but other people have used that term, and I think it's a bit of a dangerous term. I don't know I have not talked to them, any of the people in these books, about this particular question. I think that at their root, a lot of the people who are mentioned are good human beings. And so I like to think that, no, they would not be a part of an active, let's hide from the public what we see happening privately. And I don't know the facts of what was happening privately.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Let's circle back on that, Jen Psaki. So tomorrow, they're afraid of this. They're afraid because they know where this is going to lead, the number of people, the media, etc. So they're trying any tactic that they can to kind of soften the landing here. And the bottom line is there could be crimes here. The auto pen. Who was actually signing this stuff? Who was actually running the White House? I don't really believe necessarily it was Dr. Jill Biden. I think it was some Obama surrogates that basically were running things day to day and making decisions without any presidential approval. Did people sign stuff, use the auto pen? Yes, they did. Who did that? Maybe tomorrow will tell us more. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and every month we shine a spotlight on an outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Be here Wednesday, May 7th, as we honor U.S. Army Reservist State Senator Tracy Pennyquick. Our Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. That's Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on May 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family & Company Jewelers has it all. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and of course, their service. Their showroom offers so many beautiful gift ideas, a huge selection at every price point for this Mother's Day. Make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift she will love. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tomorrow at 1210 WPHT.
All right, there you go. I'm not sure if that's Marachi or not, but something associated with Mexico. I'm going to take off, even though it's not in Mexico. The Alamo, which if you ever have a chance to see it, you ought to. It's very small, about as big as these studios lined up would be the Alamo.
Will you remember it?
Yes, that's right. And
You'll
the rallying
never
cry
forget it.
is the biggest. That's the biggest remember in history. One other quick thing. I saw this from the New Jersey Project, and if you've sniffed this out, is New Jersey going to put up with the fact, they make a good point, that we're seeing school districts in New Jersey raise taxes? Little Egg Harbor Board of Education just raised taxes 32.6%. Why? Well, they make the point that Murphy is shifting his office money as best he can, and the Democrats, away from suburban districts into more urban districts. And they make the point, some of the districts, urban districts, already get the Abbotsford, I think they are, $30,000 per student. Maybe Bruce Springsteen should, Tom's River has been one of the worst over the course of time. I think areas that he's made famous, they've done $33,000, some of these places. So why should the suburban districts then have to raise taxes? Because that's what they do. Will this play out in the governor's race? We'll see. We've seen some of it in Pennsylvania, but on Jersey, they really have this down. Imagine raising taxes, school taxes, 32.6%. Little Egg Harbor. Hardly seems like a place, it seems kind of middle class to me, that they're going to be able to afford that, a third in 1 year and more on the way. What else are you going to do? They're moving, shifting the money. They need it more. All right, let's go to Earl in Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Earl. Afternoon.
Afternoon, Dom. Joe Biden was in town yesterday. He was at the Mount Airy Church of God in Christ talking about all the women in his life, and he mentioned his 4 granddaughters.
Yes.
Except for the fact that Joe Biden has 5 granddaughters. He neglected to mention Navy again.
Yeah, he likes Army better. And I have a police report in front of me sent by a police source. Apparently, there was a naked woman there who greased the locks of the doors or something, making a protest about Gaza. And the Secret Service called the Philadelphia police for that. That's surprising.
I didn't hear that one.
Oh, yeah, I have it right here. Yeah.
But that'll make a nice segue. But my answer for the side question would be skulls. The famous crystal skull that supposedly came from Mexico, which was actually manufactured in Germany in the 1900s and wasn't actually from Mesoamerican craftsmen or aliens, as sometimes they say. Also, you have the Dia de los Muertos, where they have all the skull pictures, where they have the calaveras, the sugar skulls. You have it with the gang tattoos. You see it with all of the stone carvings with the Aztecs and the Mayans with the human sacrifice. It seems to have a really strong influence in Mexican culture, is the fact that something that has to do with just skulls in general.
Gotcha, Earl. That's a very insightful one. We learned something. I've seen Day of the Dead and all that stuff. Yeah. All right. So today, Cinco de Mayo, something associated with Mexico. That's what we're looking at. Coming up, we're going to talk with the great E.J. Antoni, economist extraordinaire, Heritage Foundation. It's been a while that we've had a chance to talk with him, and people are kind of looking at Doge. We're probably going to get on, I think Dan says, the head of the Senate. They're under fire in Pennsylvania, Kim Ward, at some point in the near future. And I just want to ask her, do you guys not have a Doge going on what Shapiro and these others are doing as far as spending? I know he's the governor, you executive, he can't necessarily cut that out, or maybe you could, but you could expose it to the public. Think about how the public, aside from what the media, think of that day. Remember that guy standing in front of the door as all those Democrats were screaming at him about they were going to get into the Department of Education? He was right out of central casting. And look at what they found. Now, they didn't find $1 trillion, but they may have found $200 billion, and they've started off on more. What do we have to do to coax Republicans in both Pennsylvania and Jersey to do their own Doge, print the top 10 up for these upcoming campaigns? I think it's effective. They have the access Put a couple people on it. Let's see if we can egg them on. All right, EJ and Tony next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Temple suspended one student and Barstool Sansom fired two waitresses over an anti-Semitic sign held up at the bar. More of us are using payment plans for everyday items, but we're still struggling to keep up with those bills. And donations are pouring in for the Gaudreau Family 5K honoring the hockey stars killed in a crash last summer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, EJ and Tony may be joining us momentarily here. Great economist over at the Heritage Foundation. I'm watching Kirk Cameron react on Fox to President Trump wanting to tariff a movie plan, tariff foreign films if you make them overseas and all this. I'm not on board with this one. You know, whatever happens to Hollywood here, they're more than deserving to figure it out themselves, whatever they're doing, because two gripes would be their obvious bias, the three. Their obvious bias toward films that don't say anything about China, and then their obvious bias politically, and their obvious bias toward films that, all right, I'll say it, I don't care for, the constant filming of sequels to things that have sequels to them, and they're up to 42 of this, that, or the other. Now, there's been a bit of a comeback of other films. But how many Avengers, how many different variants of that can you do? So should we be then tariffing to get films back in Hollywood? It's not a big hill. I like the Alcatraz idea over the weekend more. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. By the way, Trump policy that is working over at Swarthmore. They broke up one of those tent cities, an anti-Israel, anti-Semitic encampment at Swarthmore. They found of the 9 people in the encampment, only 2 of them were students, outside agitators. And the rationale that they gave was, we've heard your demands and do not intend to meet them. They're also cited FBI scrutiny. So even a place like Swarthmore is working a bit on the college level. Let's go to E.J. Antoni, research fellow and the Richard Astor Fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Grover M. Herman Center for the Federal Budget. That must be a huge building, E.J., the federal budget. Does that building take up maybe 4 blocks in downtown Washington?
Yeah, it's about a $7 trillion building, you know?
Yeah, yes. I can see the chair for that. Oh, man. How many people does it take to make the federal budget chair? So, EJ, we're at the end, or we're, sort of with the main figure, Elon Musk, moving on. And I saw you on Fox on some of this. Doge will continue a bit, but, he was the driving force. What's the biggest upside, would you say, that's come out of this?
I would say sunlight is. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that's what he has brought to the process we call the federal budget. He is exposing the abuse, the corruption, all of this fraud and just waste that's rampant throughout the budget. The reason no one is really outraged about it, Dom, is because no one knows that it's there. But as soon as you educate people, as soon as folks learn all of these billions and trillions of dollars that's being wasted ostensibly in their name, right? It's their tax dollars. That's when people become outraged. And that is the ultimate good that I think he has brought to this process. And again, as you said, that's going to continue whether he's at the helm or not.
Well, I am trying mightily with the Republicans here in Pennsylvania and Jersey. Jersey took a halting step to do their Doge, and then we don't hear from them. This was months ago, because I believe, EJ, and you have an eye for this in your writings and also online, if we find the nugget, probably with the 2 nuggets, because they disputed one tremendously. For some reason, there are all these people, 150 years, 120 years of age, getting massive Social Security. But the USAID, centering in on that was magic, because people saw there what we were funding. It was against our policy many times. It was lavish, and it was a lot.
Exactly. A lie is exactly what it was. And again, these are all things that are ostensibly being done to help the taxpayer. And then we find out what's really going on. And as soon as you get into the details, you realize there's absolutely nothing in here whatsoever that helps the taxpayer in any way at all. This is simply graft. It's fraud. It's laundering money. It's amazing how many of these so-called non-government organizations, it's just one example, how many of them you take all of this taxpayer money and then give it to special interest groups. It's basically what these organizations exist for. And so much of it ends up winding back in Democrat campaign coffers. There's some Republicans involved in it too, sure, absolutely. But look at who is really outraged that we are saving taxpayer money right now. It is overwhelmingly Democrats, because they're the ones who overwhelmingly benefit from all this fraud.
Without a doubt. Speaking of which, now we have a big showdown here, and so-called Republican moderates. I've been waiting all day to get your take on this. The Medicaid issue. I've been reading this morning. We have a place that I write for, Delaware Valley Journal Online. They're the only one in town, EJ, that told us places like Delaware County, which used to be solidly middle class, that about 23% of people there are on Medicaid. Shocking. This is suburban Philadelphia. Every county is around 20%. not just Philadelphia. Can Republicans have the heart to go in there, take that out, able-bodied men, while protecting the poor and pregnant women, which I think Medicaid, that's what the banner says. That's what it's about.
Yeah, whether or not they actually have the spine to make it happen, that's a good question. I think I'm a little out of my league trying to answer that one. I'm a monetary scientist, not a political scientist. But what I can tell you is that everyone should be happy about getting those folks off of those programs, just like they should be happy about getting the 125-year-olds that don't exist off of the Social Security rolls. Because, look, let's break it down into two groups. Either one, you're somebody who hates Social Security or somebody who loves Social Security. That's option two. Well, option one is you don't think anybody should get this, least of all fraudulent claims. Okay, so you're happy about it. But option two, if you love Social Security and you want that program to be available for people, then that means you need to reduce illegitimate payments to ensure the trust fund is as solvent for as long as possible to ensure that legitimate beneficiaries can get their money. So you still want to root out all of the fraud and abuse and everything else. So literally everybody should be happy about the work that DOJ is doing, and everybody should be happy about these Republicans' attempts to reduce all of these Medicaid payments to folks who don't need it. Everyone should be happy about this, and it's very telling. Everyone should keep an eye on who are the folks who are not happy about it, who are the folks who are fighting this tooth and nail, because they're the ones who are illegitimately at best or illegally at worst benefiting from your tax dollars.
Now, EJ, we haven't spoken, I don't think, since the 100 days passed, and my take is on things like the border and even pushing the envelope, all these Trump interviews. He has brought moderate Democrats. He's brought all kinds of people that we can tell still solidly with him. The only hesitation, and it's not the overall economy. The jobs report good and a lot of other things. We had Kudlow on, and he was talking, Dom, do you think people are buying all this big equipment if they think things are going to be bad? Things have settled down a bit. Have they settled down in your world around the tariffs as far as not as chaotic, not as much Navarro and et cetera, and more Besant out there? Is there something else coming up that will be major on that front?
I would say things have settled down, relatively speaking. It's still much too chaotic for my liking.
Okay.
But it's not as bad as it was. We can definitely say that. And I think you're right on Besant, absolutely, and as well as on Navarro. In terms of what are we looking forward to and what are some big developments that are likely coming soon, I would not be surprised if the India and Japan dominoes fall soon. In other words, we get some kind of bilateral trade deal with each of those countries in the coming weeks, maybe another month or two. So that's something to really look forward to. And once you start getting a couple of those big players in line, then everyone, I think, is going to rush for the exit because nobody wants to be the last person, right? No one wants to be the last one left to negotiate because you don't have any leverage. But if there's strength in numbers, then people will think, okay, if we all hold out together, eventually Trump has to drop this. But not so if a bunch of the major players have already made deals.
Right. And China, I see little, I take what you can't trust them, but little nibbles here and there that they might want to play ball. They got to be hurting a bit on this. Any sense in the circles you travel, Heritage, et cetera, why not have done what we're seeing? Get the deal with India. They want to play with Trump. Obviously, Japan, some of these others. EU, harder. But then maybe a few more months, then you push back on China.
Great question. You know what? I got to say, I have not been happy with the way this whole rollout was done. We've talked about this a couple of times now, Dom. This did not have to be this way. You know, we could have had just as much uncertainty and chaos in foreign markets without having it here at home. That's what should have been done. But whatever the case, we are where we are. So how do we fix it? How do we deal with it? How do we get out of this? I think at this point you have to keep the screws to China because you have to save face. But at the same time, we should recognize there's actually not going to be that much in terms of the disruptions with China. Yes, there are going to be disruptions, but not nearly as much as you would think given 100-something% tariff rate. The reason for that is because as soon as the tariff was announced, China immediately started taking steps to get around it. They immediately started devaluing their currency faster, which is why the offshore yuan keeps hitting new record lows against the dollar, despite the dollar falling in other currency markets. China's devaluing even faster. They are already, we're observing, they're already making moves to reroute shipments through other countries, which is kind of like what they've been doing with Canada, where they they dump stuff in Canada and then it gets slapped with a new label and then comes to the United States. So a lot of the cost is going to be minimized up front when it comes to China, and it's going to take us a while to crack down on that.
EJ, great stuff as always. Where do we find you? Where's the best place to go?
Best places on X. The handle there is @RealEJ_Antoni.
Thank you, EJ, very much. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dom.
EJ Antoni, I couldn't agree with him more. He's as good as it gets on the tariffs and the right way to do this, but here we are where we are. All right, coming up, a guy who strikes me as a Democrat has to go to the DMV in Pennsylvania in order to get his new car off the lot. I'll tell you the reason why. And he says DOJ may be right. Recent experiences at the DMV are proof of how dysfunctional the bureaucracy is, and they don't care, and no one seems to be able to do anything to them. Oh, well, we'll break that down. And your calls. Something Mexican is the side question today. 2 o'clock, Scott Presler has got some news. 855-839-1210, you get in. Hey, it's important to make sure that our families have the essentials: food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, but it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water, and they'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, fantastic. Our guy, Dwayne, is remarkable, and they get very excited to show you when they test the water, the free water test, what's in there, and then the solution right there that makes sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. Go to martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report. 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. You know, I often talk about we never see a day of reckoning. They got away with it with COVID. Any number of things were done. I focus particularly on the schools, things of that nature. China got away with it. You know, they killed us. They covered it up. They did it, and they'll continue to do it. They don't care. They weren't punished for this in any kind of way. Well, remember the symbol of defiance, the Attila's Gym over in Belmar? How many times we went there, talked about them? One of the owners has just filed a $10 million lawsuit against the town of Belmar. Now, you know it was Phil Murphy, but as I remember, Belmar went out of their way, I guess under pressure, call it what you will, to retaliate against Frank Trombetta, who owns Attila's Gym, still owns it. And he claims, and I think there's ample evidence of this, they went after them and just brought, you remember the one time we were talking with somebody there and they were surrounded by all kinds of state, local police, just unbelievable stuff. They went after them because they became a symbol of defiance, and particularly the other side was wrong on a lot of this stuff. Now, in Jersey, you know, you remember all the difficulty associated. So is this a First Amendment case here more than anything? There were not health incidents involved with the Attila's Gym, but they, as much publicity they got it that was good, there was this downside of the constant state power going after them day and night. So I hope he succeeds in this. At least he's going to bring up these issues again. They were wrong. Phil Murphy, that goofball. Remember with Tucker Carlson? When he was asked, well, you're not allowing people to worship in church, but you can have alcoholics come and go to liquor stores and all. They're going to remain open. And remember, well, they need it. And then when asked about the First Amendment in worship, he said that was above his pay grade. But who's the moron, him or the people in Jersey that still might vote for these idiot Democrats? How much do you – we could fill shows day after day at what they've done to New Jersey, particularly Murphy. Now they have a well, at least in polling, the leading candidate, Mikey Sherrill, who deems herself to be a moderate. She not only didn't vote for Laken Riley, she didn't show up to vote, avoided it, thinking that would be cunning. So if we don't win this one in Jersey, I don't know how much more you need, but, you know, the progressive mindset in parts of Jersey, those that get a lot of money from the state one way or another, it's tough. It's going to be a dogfight, but it's a big one. So Attila's Gym says Belmar officials retaliated against him because of his statements against COVID-19 business closures. And that certainly is what they did. And this would be monumental. Now, I hate to say, I know people in Belmar, I know they were under a lot of pressure from the state, but it seemed to me that they went out of their way to engage in this, particularly with them. It was with a vengeance. All right, let's go to Bill in Palmyra. Bill's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, afternoon to you. Yo, Bill, are you there? All right, Bill, thank you. Call us back. Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Joe, how you doing?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
For my side question, the national sport of Mexico is the bullfight.
Yes, Ernest Hemingway, the piñatas, the whole thing, sure. The picadors. I'm sorry, the picadors. There you go, Joe. Glamorous. I could see you out there standing with red as the bull. I think they still do that in Mexico. Word has not gotten out that we're in a different age, but I guess it's still bullfighting. Nobody seems to know. Okay.
I'm looking to see if there's any coming up.
Yeah, any big bullfights coming up here.
Bullfight, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Who do you think is the bigger draw? Is it the bull or is it the matador?
Oh, the matador, apparently. Well, if it's nothing, it's the bull, but I think several of those matadors are like a first name type of thing. Yeah.
Interesting.
Particularly if they've been gored but survived.
Right,
It seems to be a certain cachet.
So in Mexico, Plaza Mexico was they suspended bullfights at their #1 bullfighting ring, Plaza Mexico, in 2022 because of questions about whether or not the bulls are violence-free and such.
Okay.
But then the Supreme Court overturned the decision, allowing bullfights to return in January 2024.
What a country.
But in March 2025, Mexico City lawmakers passed legislation now banning violent bullfights, aiming for a, quote, violence-free alternative.
If Trump ever talks with the Mexican president, he might say, what's going on with the bullfighting? Come on.
The new law will prohibit injuring or killing bulls, banning the use of sharp objects like swords, and setting a 15-minute time limit on how long bulls can be in the ring.
I kind of like that last thing. The 15-minute thing. If boxers, the bull, that's a long period of time. It's brutal. You don't like that one, Hammer? You do? Yeah.
I don't know enough about
15
bullfighting.
That's
to know 15 minutes is too little, too
That's
much.
a long time to be stabbed at by those picadors and other things. Yeah, getting it angry. Okay, coming up, Scott Presler. On his Twitter over the weekend, he announced that he has gotten the ability to do nonpartisan voter registration in front of churches. Wow, this guy never stops. He's all over the place. We just have to give him the money, get out of his way. That's all they have to do. 855-839-1210. You get in.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Politics and Pints.
Yeah.
It'll be at the Colonial Theater Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30. But wait, there's more. How about the pregame coverage?
Pregame.
Starting at 3 o'clock, Great American Pub, Rich Zioli broadcasting live in Phoenixville.
We're going to have a well-lubricated audience, if you know what I mean. I would get your tickets now because this might be
so much fun.
This might be a rowdy event. Come on, show up and represent. We give you tons of entertainment. Make sure you're there, 1210WPHT.com.
We don't go out that way enough.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Scott Presler's with us. He's driving in the rain. Riders on the storm with Scott Presler today. Mr. Presler, where are you?
Hey, Dom. So I just left, Beaver County, Pennsylvania, and I voted because I'm not going to be in town on May 20th for the primary. So I voted today in an in-person, on-demand mail-in ballot. And I am heading to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where I will be at Roots Country Market tomorrow to court voters and get them registered to vote.
Scott, I saw the turnout in Camden, which, Camden's gotten better as far as safety. They've done some nice work there, but still kind of notorious, and it looked to be a packed house when you came here for the Camden County people.
Oh, it was awesome. Well, I give a lot of credit to Chairwoman Kimberly Stewart. She's the GOP chairwoman for Camden County. So if you're looking for a home, if you're looking for like-minded conservatives, even outside of Philadelphia, then I encourage you, join the Camden County GOP and help us win the New Jersey governorship this November.
So let's talk about, we now have Jersey numbers, right? First of the month and all that stuff. How are we doing registering in New Jersey?
We do. I don't have them in front of me, so fact check what I'm about to tell you on my social media just for the exact numbers. But I do believe in the last month, Democrats added 500 voters in New Jersey statewide, whereas Republicans added 2,000 plus. So still, we are out registering the Democrats 4-1 garden statewide across New Jersey. And I think it's important to note one last thing. You know, New Jersey has been Democrat for so long, and it really is nepotistic that when these people become governor, Democrats, what they do is they end up hiring a lot of their cronies or they hire family members, and so they really stack the deck of local government. And so some people in New Jersey, for whatever reason, have remained Democrat or have remained unaffiliated for fear of retribution by being registered as a Republican. And so the one interesting thing about Jersey is, although it's technically a closed primary state like Pennsylvania is, you can still be unaffiliated. And on June 10th for the primary in New Jersey, you can go as an unaffiliated voter and choose a Republican ballot that day. Now, when you do vote Republican on June 10th, you will automatically be switched to Republican. So that's kind of how New Jersey operates a little bit differently than Pennsylvania. But we are rocking and rolling towards the May 20th PA primary and the June 10th New Jersey primary.
Oh, without a doubt. Any numbers in Pennsylvania? How are we doing in Pennsylvania?
You know, I've been on the road and driving all morning, so I don't have them 100%. But I will tell you again that the Democrats did gain ground. However, asterisk, it was something like 200 Republicans switched to Democrat and 147 independents switched to Democrat in Philadelphia. And again, I can't say this over and over again more, that they're probably switching for Dugan against Larry Krasner. And I think the most important thing is, Dom, today, May 5th, is the last day to register to vote or change your party affiliation for the May 20th primary. So as much as this hurts my heart, my soul, my very being, if you're a Republican and you need to switch to Democrat in Philadelphia for the sole purpose of trying to defeat Larry Krasner, I will support that if and only if, after you vote, you please think about immediately switching back to Republicans so we can see our numbers bounce back, please.
I hear you. Exactly. That's what it is, Scott. Dugan's getting some traction here. Now, the interesting thing I saw in your Twitter in the last few days, though, is you've gotten permission. I only have one county. I know it's several in front of me, to now go where the votes are. And you know that better than anybody I've ever seen doing this. And that would be to register people around churches. Lehigh County is one, nonpartisan, but to register people to vote at churches.
Well, I can't say his name right now publicly, but I was recently at the Berks County Republican Committee over in the Sinking Spring area, where I'll actually be this next week. And the gentleman that I met, he followed days after meeting him, and he got permission to begin courting parishioners or priests or pastors that are with churches, especially Catholic churches, to do voter registration. And these are counties like Berks, Carbon, Lehigh, et cetera. And so knowing that 30% of Christians are not registered to vote, this could very well be a game changer in being able to court people of faith, get them registered, and ultimately prepare for this year and defeating Governor Shapiro next year.
All right, just one big note on my calendar, too. Is it May 15th is Scott Presler's birthday?
That could be, yes. Hopefully people still think I'm somewhere in my 20s, but yes.
I got to come up with something special. When are you going to be in the area around that date?
So I will be in Bucks County on the 15th.
Oh, do you have the location?
No, not yet. I can't release that just yet.
All right. Well, I'll be watching for that, and you expect a surprise visit. I don't know what we're going to be doing there, but we have to come up with something after all this time. Until then, Scott, where do people go to help the cause, to volunteer, to raise money, to contribute? What do they do?
Well, instead, let me end on this note. Instead of promoting myself, let me promote today. Today, May 5th, I want to repeat this again, please. Every listener to the Don Giordano, please check your voter registration status right now. Type into the internet, PA, check voter status. It will ask for your name or driver's license. Make sure you're an active voter, registered at your current address with your preferred political party. Do that today, please, because after 11:59 p.m., you will no longer be able to register or change your party affiliation, and you will miss out on picking your favorite candidates on May 20th. So make that a priority. Please check your status now, register to vote, change your party affiliation, and that's how I'd like to end.
All right, Scott, be safe out there. Again, we will see you on the 15th, but we'll see you next Monday first, though.
Thanks, Dom, Dan, Henry. Thanks, team.
Thank you very much. Scott Presler here. What a blockbuster. Coming up, Bill Shatner. I don't know how many people, he's Canadian, but one of the all-time great talk radio guests coming to Philadelphia for Fan Expo. And it's Mel Gibson's even on the docket for this one, for this Fan Expo. Wow, I didn't know Mel Gibson was doing this. All right, so William Shatner, I think I've interviewed him 4 times over the years. Always interesting guy. I asked him about Katy Perry. I think it's Astronauts Day today, too. He's been in space for real. He's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/radio. That's HIMS.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS 433838.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
As a doctor, I see patients every day who are losing their vision to age-related macular degeneration, also known as AMD. If you have blurry vision or blind spots, they can be symptoms of AMD, and if untreated, could lead to blindness. The good news, AMD can be managed with effective clinically approved treatments that may reverse some vision loss. For free AMD information, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness at 1-800-BLINDNESS. That's 1-800-BLINDNESS. There is a cure in sight.
The Library of Congress invites you to visit the revamped Veterans History Project website, where first-hand accounts shared by U.S. military veterans are accessible to the public. Performing a search of the collection is easy. First, go to loc.gov/vets. Click Explore the Collections. Scroll down to Search the VHP Collections and click. Make sure you're searching this collection, and with simple keywords, you can find what you're looking for. Visit loc.gov/vets today.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, big issues, big guests, one of the all-timers. William Shatner, I'm sure, is doing a million interviews. He's coming to town. He'll be with us presently. We'll do Dom's Money Melody after Mr. Shatner. A lot to talk about since he's last been here in space. Just what a career. Earl asking, how about the Christmas album? Well, we're going to get another one of those. And, what fans ask him. He's on the bill here, Fan Expo. Mel Gibson is on it, too. It's the first time I've seen him. Jim DiLorenzo does a great job with this right here in downtown Philadelphia. I have the 16th of May through the 18th of May for Fan Expo. If you've never been to one, William Shatner is one of the most gracious people imaginable. So he'll be here presently. We have been talking, though, and I just see more on this, that Democrats backing away from Mr. Garcia, still trying to spin it into a due process. We played you the other day, the guy from Maryland. And tomorrow night is one of the things at the big event out there at the Colonial Theater that we're going to talk about, the border, ICE, and this idea of self-deportation. This shows the hand of Trump getting it. What's the easiest way to take vast numbers out of here and avoid all the collateral damage, etc.? Get them a plane ticket, get them $1,000. I'm all on board with that. It's cost effective. It's cheap to engage in this. And we'll see what the other side says. Their argument seems to be, well, people leaving this country that were here illegally deserve a whole lot more because they contribute so much. And CNN interviewed a guy who's a member of the cartel. Always a bad move. You know, what are we giving time to the guy that's a member of the cartel in either Juarez or someplace like that? And he says, you know, and is this going to play in America at CNN? He says, well, we wouldn't be doing the drug trade if we didn't have such a market here that you Americans want it. You think Americans are going to jump up and down and say, that guy's right, it's on us? I don't think so, particularly with fentanyl, who many people are not doing drugs. There's all kinds of things that have happened around this where people end up dead. So continue doing that, bringing us cartel members to kind of lecture us and self-justify themselves. All right, let's go to Joe in Bordentown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Yes, the pinata. And I found out there's a lot of Donald Trump pinatas that have been bashed, so I wonder if they're being done today on Cinco de Mayo.
Gotcha. The pinata is a strong answer. Side question today, Cinco de Mayo. Hit us with that as an all-time something associated with Mexico. All right, so William Shatner is now with us. Let's welcome Bill Shatner back to Philadelphia. Mr. Shatner, William Shatner,
Indeed.
welcome
Thank
back.
you.
Thanks for
Bill.
joining us.
I got an album out there titled Call Me Bill. So can I do anything less than ask you to call me Bill?
Of course I will call you Bill.
And,
you know, my producer, who's been with me for a few years, I think this is the third time we've interviewed you over that course of time, and people always talk about it. But particularly now that you've gone into space for real, what's the big takeaway for Bill Shatner going into space?
Well, do we have a few minutes?
Sure, go right ahead. You're blasting off here, Captain Kirk. Go ahead.
All right. Well, there's, I don't know whether you give the long version or the short version. Anthropologists sometimes work through speech. And when they find words appearing in the vocabulary, they assume that there's a word for it. In this case, I'm referring to horses. So in one of those original languages, probably from the steppes of Mongolia, the word horse appears about 10,000 years ago. So they know that the domestication of that animal we ultimately called a horse began about then, anthropologically, and they proved it with bones in caves and things like that. There are no words in the English language for weightlessness because it's too soon. Nobody can describe that feeling. The astronauts trained underwater to give you the illusion of, but it's nothing like what weightlessness feels like. Because weightlessness has never been experienced other than the 600 or so people who've been up into space. So there aren't words to describe it. You're floating, but you know, you say, oh yeah, floating like Icarus up in the, no, it's just indescribable. It's like losing, it's like being sick to your stomach in a way. You know, you lose it. Like being dizzy, like vertigo. It's like vertigo. There's no touchstone. So a lot of the people, I saw a film of Jeff Bezos up in space, and he was floating with his their cameras in the spaceship, and so there was a camera pointing at his rear end, and he's floating horizontally, and his feet are facing the camera, spread open. And he had a kid up there, an adolescent that he took up, as well as his brother and an astronaut. The kid was throwing candies at his rear end. And that's how they were spending this precious few moments.
Oh my God.
The thing comes up, breaches the Kármán line. You're in space for 3 or 4 minutes and you begin your descent. And when I saw that film, I made a promise to myself I wouldn't waste any time, but I'd go straight to the window and look out, which is what I did. So I looked out the window, I looked up ahead, and my God, it's space, and it's black, and it's death. I mean, there's no twinkling stars and no moon. There's no sun from the angle we were at.
Mm-hmm.
Black death. I looked back, saw the blue orb, and saw life. But it made absolute dramatic sense that I, who have been an ecologist for so long, saw this little rock, this vulnerable little rock, 6 inches of dirt on it and a mile and a half of oxygen in the air. And obviously took nothing to pollute it, and we've polluted it. And I was struck dramatically, like I saw it more emphatically than I ever have, of the harm we're doing to our planet, and coming back in sorrow for the earth. I came back with deep sadness. I didn't realize it until moments later when I was able to sit down and figure, why am I weeping? And I was in grief for our earth.
My goodness, they chose the right person to do this. You would not desecrate it by throwing candy in the air there. So,
well, they were. I wouldn't use the word desecrate. I would say they were celebrating this novel, unique experience by doing whatever they did. I was consumed because I've talked so much about space, to see that Earth. And I thought, well, like that picture of the blue orb, I'd be fascinated by the blue orb.
Without a doubt. So Bill, coming to town, do you have a sense of how many times you've been to Philadelphia? Every time you're here, we hear from people afterward who listen to you on the show, talk about this is their X number of fan expos, and you are the person they definitely want to meet for any number of things that you are known for.
I'll be there May 16th at the convention center. I'm there Friday and Saturday night. I leave Saturday. I try to be with my family as much as possible. And so I'll leave Saturday night to spend Sunday with my people. But I'm there signing autographs and posing for pictures. But mostly what I'm there for is to spend an hour in front of the audience talking, not unlike this, answering questions, and having a spontaneous, unrehearsed, unthought of moment with a large group of people. It's an experience for both the audience and me.
It certainly is. Bill, if I could, your favorite thing that you've done, I can't think of anybody, and that's why every time we have a chance to talk with you, it's something new that you've done. What's the favorite role?
Well, instead of looking at the past, let me tell you what I'm doing.
Okay, go right ahead. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to Seattle shortly to do one of these Comic-Cons. Then I'm going back to Seattle to do an extraordinary moment in the theater, which is Neil deGrasse Tyson and I were in the South Pole together on a ship, entertaining, so to speak. And we got along famously. I've done his podcast. I knew him and admired him, but we became real good friends. And when I came home from the South Pole, I thought, God, that was an extraordinary moment. And to think of those three major explorers, why did they do that? What was that? And I began to write a speech, if you will, about exploration and why mankind climbed off the tree. Then I thought, what a lovely evening it would be with Neil and I commenting on that. So I got a hold of him and Daniel Fox, who produced it. And we're now going to be in Seattle a little after that in June, mid-June. We're going to be in mid-June on a Thursday or Friday night at a theater, just Neil and I. It's being advertised like now, today, tomorrow. Bill and Neil rocking, and we're in rocking chairs, so we're rocking back and forth. Bill and Neil, and we're going to talk about anything, but what I'd like to talk about is the need for mankind to explore. I want to start the evening off as, why the hell should we go to Mars and go from there? Because exploration and every man's endeavor, whether it was geographical, going to the South Pole, why? Why would you go to a place that is exactly the very point of the South Pole is exactly the same as 100 miles from the South Pole. It's all blank white. It's a man-made point that somebody snowshoes to. Why? Why do they want to go? Why do you want to go to Mars? Why did you want to invent a worship and end up with one God when animism took care of everything in the original way of worshiping? As the spiritual, the geographical, and the medical exploration. We started with primitive man eating a bud. Oh, that felt good. That cured something. And had homeopathic remedies, which evolved to now cures for diseases, even old age. I just did a 2-day interview of scientists working on cancer/old age, because through the cells of a cancer, you can see the health of the body or the lack of health, which leads you to aging. So I've got a show that will appear somewhere that relates cancer and old age. Is that like crazy?
No, it's very logical. Very logical.
Then next week, I'm going to Nashville to do another album with this great lyricist, Robert Chernow. And I'm being doing the music is going to be written by Brad Paisley. So I'm going to do a new album in a couple of weeks, in a week, and the lyrics to which we've written 14 songs, Robert and I, 14 lyrics, and Brad and company will put the music to it in a week. That's what I'm doing this next
Wow.
Is that like a wow?
Well, that is a wow. You wow us every time you're here, and you're going to do that too Friday and Saturday, the 16th of May. Friday night, Saturday night, 16th and 17th, here at the Convention Center in downtown Philadelphia.
Exactly.
I don't know how we could keep up with you, Bill. Stay well. Thank you very
You too,
much
my
for coming
friend.
again.
Hopefully I'll see you when I'm there.
Absolutely.
Take
William
care.
Shatner, calling Bill here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, that was a walk into space. You just wind him up, and we don't know where it's going to stop. That's all the stuff that he's doing. All right. It is, I think we do it now, though, then we'll take the break. It is time for...
Sorry, we were talking with Shatner
Okay,
there for
all
a
right,
second.
all right.
He caught me off guard here.
It's time for Dom's Money Melody, and we have a pair of tickets to see Some Like It Hot at the Forest Theater, Tuesday, May 20th. Tickets are available at ensembleartsphilly.org. Some Like It Hot, the 4-time Tony Award-winning show set in Chicago during the Prohibition, combines heart, laugh, song, and dance. All-time famous. I'll have to check out who's starring in it here at the Forest. Okay, Dan?
Yeah, Dom, let's go with a Mexican-American individual, a person that was born in Brooklyn but has a Mexican father and actually a Scottish mother, but a very, very famous singer in the realm of protest. I'll throw that out as a little clue here. But here she is singing in Philadelphia at JFK Stadium for Live Aid 1985, singing one of Dom Giordano's favorite songs of all time. Take a listen.
The sound that save a wretch like me, that save a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found.
So Dom, we're looking for who that singer is, who has a Mexican father and a Scottish mother growing up there in Brooklyn. They're singing at Live Aid 1985.
We might go back to that type of song, too, later in a side question this week. But hit us with that now. You're off to Some Like It Hot Classic here at the Forest Theater. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Let's talk about Sicily for a moment. We've been... talking for a while about this great trip. Third time that Ro and I are headed to Italy. Well, Sicily does seem even more exotic. We were just talking to people that we were at lunch with yesterday about Sicily and the time of year that we're going in the fall. missing all the usual tourist stuff and all that, and our guide, Conservative Tours, they know the places, the culture, the places to eat, places to see that are on your wish list. It's just that simple, and they cater to everything. All this as we head to Europe, Mediterranean Europe, and Sicily and Calabria this fall, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy, stuff of legend, of course, bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans, Savoca, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. Giuseppe told us about the volcanoes, and just a great spot that you'll talk about and want to go back to. Get in with Conservative Tours if you haven't called yet. 2 ways, conservativetours.com, get all the info, or 888-733-9494. You also enjoy the Godfather Tour and visit with locales from the movie, all 3 films. Call 888-733-9494.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and every month we shine a spotlight on an outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Be here Wednesday, May 7th, as we honor U.S. Army Reservist State Senator Tracy Pennyquick. Our Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. That's Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Yes, that is right. We'll give you the clue. Don't forget, Some Like It Hot is the prize. Here's today's clue. Who is this?
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me, that saved a wretch like me.
And I don't like that version. I love her, but not that version. So
Do you love her? You love her?
Yeah, I really like her. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
She's got the this is a big one. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with her politically, but her style, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Sandy in Wilmington. Sandy, who's singing Amazing Grace?
I think that's Joan Baez.
It is Joan Baez. Sandy, enjoy. I'll put
They
you
were
on
great
hold.
clues.
Say it again, Sandy. Go ahead. I'll put you on hold, Sandy. We'll get the tickets to you. Okay. Joan Baez, Mexican mother.
Father. Yeah, so
Okay,
he was actually born in Puebla, Mexico, but he grew up in Brooklyn, and he was a father who would preach to a Spanish-speaking congregation. So yeah, Joan Baez's father of Mexican descent, born in Puebla, and her mother is of Scottish descent. So she's part Mexican, Scottish, but yes, correct answer. Joan Baez there singing
Okay.
At JFK Stadium for Live Aid 85.
Oh, Live Aid. Was she with Dylan?
No, not
no
there.
Dylan then.
Yeah.
Okay. All
I
right.
think that was after their relationship and falling out and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
All right, so it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. All right, we do have a guilty verdict in Philadelphia. Larry Krasner posing like he really wants to throw the book at this guy. The guy who shot 6 in one day. Remember this? Philadelphia police officers. I was on Fox and Friends the morning after they finally got him, right there down the block anyhow in Hunting Park from the scene. Was found guilty Monday of 3 counts of attempted murder and more than a dozen related charges. Maurice Hill, 42, faced dozens of charges for the shooting. He shot 130 rounds. His defense attorney said that it was fight or flight mode when narcotics officers rammed open the front door to search for drugs. In the closing argument, prosecutors told jurors that Hill attempted to assassinate the law, firing more than 130 rounds from an AR-15 semi-automatic. He struck 6 cops, and some of them, sometimes the recovery is very difficult from this, even though this is years after the fact. The jury read out the verdict. Most of the charges related to 12 victims, all Philadelphia police officers, 3 attempted murder, 9 counts of aggravated assault, 9 counts of assault of a law enforcement, endangering 2 people, trapped inside the house, possession of drugs, firearm charges. The worst of those offenses commands decade in prison. If this guy doesn't get life in prison, I would give him the death penalty. I'll be clear about that. A menace like this, I know it's not under any current law since it's attempted murder, but maybe it should be. What this guy did and what he was up to. He should never see the light of day again. Everybody would agree with that. But, there are enough progressives and Democrats out there that someday, just like Mumia, and we have the upcoming DA's race, and I think it's on his bucket list. Larry Krasner dearly would want to get Mumia out of jail. It would be the capstone of his career. You can imagine there. Finally, this case is over for now, and we'll see what the sentencing is. All righty, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. We are looking for something associated with Mexico today on the side question to get your name into the hat. Dan and I were just talking with Bill Shatner. There's going to be some rambling. You wind him up, though. The stuff he said about being in space. I didn't ask him about Katy Perry. I just didn't feel he was talking at a level poetically. I didn't want to bring Miss Perry into it.
Poetically is right. Yes.
Yeah, it was. It was classic. No wonder they just follow this guy around with a tape recorder, and that's what they probably do. And you heard the upcoming events, or I don't know if that's a Christmas album he's doing in Nashville or not. It was a little hard to tell there, but he'll be in Philadelphia. And again, Jim DiLorenzo, they put on a great fan expo over at the convention center. One time, Lou Ferrigno was here, and I got him at Andy's Diner. He had 100 people doing push-ups and all. He was here for it. But Mel Gibson in person, I don't know. It's got to be an event. Mr. Gibson sometimes has a temper. I don't know what he's going to be doing there. He's pretty big, though. And Shatner and a bunch of others from all these Marvel things and all. They draw quite a crowd. It's a good Saturday or Friday night. Thank you, Jim, for always thinking about us. You say that Shatner, if I had asked this, though, Dan, is bilingual, fluent in French. I wish I had seen that there because I would have brought it up and I would have shown off a few of my own French phrases.
Wait, you know French, too?
Well,
Je suis la jouvie.
Où est la tabac? Where's the tobacco story? I remember that for some reason.
Yeah, the Shat grew up for some time in Montreal, Canada. So
it fits.
Bilingual.
It fits. He's a very erudite guy who's done the Price Club and stuff like that, among other things. But Captain Kirk, that's pretty hard to top as a role of a lifetime. All right, Lightning Round is next here on Talk Radio 1210. As I said, one of the big stories are rolling out today that we've been talking about is the fact that the Trump administration, and this seems to be pretty solid, is offering a plane ticket back to the country of your choice or origin and $1,000 And the illegal immigrant groups in Chicago are complaining. They're saying it should be $100 billion because of what illegal immigrants have done for America. Well, no one asked you to come here and do anything for America. In fact, I really don't want to hear that. We're willing to give you a ticket out, and then you can do it the legal way and come in. How many people will do this? Even if 50,000 do it. Even if 25,000 do it pretty quickly. That, to me, is money well spent. It's more costly to be going through what we're going through now with these deportations, okay? And maybe tomorrow, I'm a little bit more out of time, but a guy who I suspect is more liberal, writing in the Inquirer today, says Doge may be right. This guy had a new car, and because he could not get the proper paperwork, even though he tried to do everything with the DMV, the new car sat on the lot. He had all kinds of problems with the dealer, and nobody at the DMV could answer anything or be helpful. They don't have to be. And you know what the day after tomorrow is? D-Day. The day after tomorrow is the day you have to have that real ID to board a flight or to get into a federal building. I'm not sure anything else that you need with it. My advice is don't sweat it. Get a passport if you know you're going to fly in the next month or whatever it is. Don't go through their hoops. Don't get all crazy. He talks about lining up in front of the DMV. He was there an hour before it opened, and it took 3 or 4 hours to get in, and then they couldn't answer any question, or they didn't answer it, or they gave him conflicting advice. Yes, sir. That's what they do. That's your government. And neither side, Republicans should be looking at this and seizing on this. The DMV, if I were running for office, is one of the things statewide that I would go after. And in Jersey, come on, Jack, this is something to go after. I find a nugget, something that just jumps at people and say, which side supports this? And in Jersey, progressives do. They don't care about this. And then jump on it. Give us some more fodder. That's what I'm saying. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on board.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of Cherry Hill is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of Cherry Hill has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tomorrow at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, today's Cinco de Mayo Day, 855-839-1210. You can get in something associated with Mexico. You still have time to get in under the wire. By the way, ace investigator, and this is one of her major portfolios, Julie Kelly, will be here at 12:30 tomorrow because it appears, more than appears, that the Department of Justice has offered or is signing a big settlement with the survivors of Ashley Babbitt from January 6th. And we'll break it down, what that means, how it happened. And I'll ask her, how does she think the FBI is doing under Kash Patel as far as unearthing this stuff, putting it out there, the latest on that. That's at 12:30 tomorrow. Okay? All right, let's go to Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Bill, associated with Mexico, what do you have?
Well, here's what I got. I got Margarita.
Okay.
And that was a tribute by in a song by Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville.
Absolutely. Margarita certainly is big time associated with Mexico. 855-839-1210. You can get in with that. Oh, Drew in Upper Darby. I know a lot about this one. Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you very much. You know, Dom, I really find this very peculiar. You know, this guy was a number 2 political figure during the Russian Revolution behind Lenin. And then when Stalin got in control, he had to flee. And he thought he was safe. And after numerous warnings, he was assassinated in Mexico. I believe he was stabbed to death.
No, I think it was a hatchet.
Yes, that's what it was. You're right, Don.
Yeah, I've always think Trotsky. Come on, you think you're safe in Mexico? They're walking around with hatchets.
I know. They told him. They warned him several times. Thanks, Don.
That's a good boy. Talking about off the beaten path. Okay, Ben in Gloucester. Hey, Ben, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What do you have, Ben?
Yes, sir, Dominic. I have the famous Mexican weather forecast. It is chilly today and hot tamale.
All righty. You were sitting on that one for a while, Ben. Thanks for the contribution. Chuck in Newtown Square. Somebody else had this, but they dropped off. This is a pretty good one to be considered. All right, Chuck, what's yours?
Well, you know what? Like the Marines say, from the halls of Montezuma. Look, went back in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. I think they've straightened this out now. But there was Montezuma's revenge. You go to vacation in Mexico, parasites in the water. As a matter of fact, the big thing that was known then was don't even put ice cubes in your soda because the water is contaminated. And so many people got sick going there. It really stunted their industry. And now the vacation resorts, from what I understand, are in great shape, but they were not for about 15, 20 years. Really bad flus there going to Mexico.
Yeah, they actually have water filtration systems on most of these resorts now to prevent it. But if you go off resort, I spent some time in Cancun, and I got so used to spending time on the resort with the filtered water, I went to a bar off resort in the second half and ordered a pina colada, not thinking that it had to be mixed with ice in one way or the other. So, Dom, I was hit with a good case of the Montezuma's revenge on my way back.
When I was traveling in Spain, way back when, before any of that, I drank out of a public fountain that was brutally hot in Barcelona. That was it. Oh, my God. So put that on your list, things of not to do today. Mike in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mike. What's yours?
I am the Frito Bandito.
All right, a little cultural stereotyping is always good there. The Frito Bandito, I haven't seen it around in a while, but we'll accept it. All right, Dan, we'll start with you. Who did you like
Top
today?
2 answers came in the lightning round, in my opinion. I really liked Montezuma's Revenge and the out-of-box answer from Drew in Upper Darby of Leon Trotsky.
Yeah, but that's really out of the box.
Yeah.
I like the Montezuma Revenge. Somebody called in drop-off earlier. Henry, but what about you?
I also liked Earl's answer of Skulls.
Okay.
I got a nice history lesson there. With
Ooh,
that.
we got a nice lesson from Joe and Exton about bullfighters when we talked about the current stance of bullfighting in Mexico as well.
I think the Montezuma, though, associated with it is true, and you're reassuring people, not that way today. Yeah. All right, so we'll put that in and be ready to go. As I said, tomorrow, Julie Kelly joins us. Got an update on this settlement around January 6th. And I'll ask her, too, her thoughts on Kash Patel, how much stuff has been released. She's an ace investigator. But we're also working on the Attila's Gym. Just think of what they went through over in Jersey. You're not going to get $10 million out of the city of Belmar, would bankrupt them. But we have not seen anything remotely like a settlement around COVID and who was wrong and what they did to that gym. Freedom of expression taken away, and Belmar was right in the center of this. So we'll hopefully catch up with them and talk about that tomorrow. Tomorrow, though, huge day. Already getting ready for it. Dan, your outfit, you don't know yet, right? You don't have to wear a suit.
Yeah,
so
no, I'm just going to wear a nice
Yeah.
WPHT polo. You know,
okay.
Maybe black jeans.
I have the
Johnny
Steve
Cash,
Jobs.
black on black.
Yeah, we both have black jeans. The
Yep.
Steve Jobs look. I don't know if I'll have a jacket on or not. If it gets hot and sweaty,
No, you can't wear a
as
jacket.
we go
Come
through
on.
this.
Yeah,
probably
You
no.
got to wear the blue jeans with the
Yeah.
black turtleneck.
Okay. Well, I don't have the turtleneck. I have a
What
black
do you mean you
shirt.
have the turtleneck? You have a black turtleneck? You wear it
Yeah,
all the
but
time.
it's more. You can hit me on Twitter. That's true, but I think it's a fancier kind of thing.
No,
a
it's,
little bit.
it's
Yeah.
Steve
No?
Jobsian.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. And I do know the 100 Days of Trump. There's going to be a big event at Colonial Theater. 1210WPHT.com is where you get your tickets. That is a classic theater. In fact, they're doing the Brandon Graham tonight there, and we're there tomorrow night. And certainly, we'll go through some of the things you don't often think of with the first 100 days of Trump. What has been successful? What is it that's been driving it today? When we talked about Levittown and how they view it, that's a Democrat town, Democrat area. They love what Trump's doing, the economy / tariff, maybe not as much, but willing to give a chance to see how it turns out. Seems to me the markets have pretty much stabilized a good bit. And the more that happens, the more that places like Levittown will be on board as Trump marches forward. This idea today, though, is the idea of the day. It's smart. I haven't gotten anybody objecting, whatever. You're here legally, you get a ticket, you fly out, you get $1,000 to go. It's cost effective. Makes a lot of sense. Doesn't take us, and you're not getting back in other than coming through the system legally. That's the way that it's going to go. Cost effective, taking away a lot of the ability of the other side to slow this down. That's all that they're trying to do. Let's do that. And I hope Trump I'm going to lay that out tomorrow night a little bit more, how I think that looks. All right, follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Don't forget, Rich coming up next for 4 big hours. Tomorrow is the warm-up to the big event. He'll be at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. I think Nick's coming. I'm coming. Dawn will be there for a while. Then we'll all head over with the VIP, and then the main event tomorrow night. First that we've done this in forever. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. We'll see you tomorrow, noon until 3, and then the big show tomorrow night. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
To know. Depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Temple suspended 1 student and Barstool Sansom fired 2 waitresses over an anti-Semitic sign held up at the bar. More of us are using payment plans for everyday items, but we're still struggling to keep up with those bills. And donations are pouring in for the Gaudreau Family 5K honoring the hockey stars killed in a crash last summer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people